flesh on my tongue, iron in my lungs, blood on the snow, name on their shields, night in my veins, storm in my ears, wolves trace our steps, God's count our kill. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. Frost on the oars, breathe like white smoke. Eyes on the shore, fire in the dark. Oath on my tongue, salt on my cloak. If this is the end, let it leave a mark. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. If I do not see the morning, carry my name in your mouth. Raise up the horn, pour the glory, let my children hear the shout. Hey! You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Hey! Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If we fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to another Tuesday Night Live, where we talk about all of the craziest shit going on in the world. And there is some wild stuff to talk about today. Wild stuff. We're going to talk about quite a few things tonight. First one is going to be Donald Trump is missing after being apparently rushed to the hospital and now canceling all of his appointments and trips. And a lot of people are thinking there's potential, we'll get into the stories, that he may have had a stroke, which would be the least surprising thing in the world, considering that he's 80 years old, morbidly obese, only eats McDonald's and drinks Diet Coke. So the odds of that are extremely high. So we're going to take a look at that story tonight. We'll take a look at a little bit going on with the war. A couple weird stories here and there. We'll talk a little bit about that shooting at the White House and the weird stuff with that. Pretty big section on the economy because, you're going to see pretty much every indicator that we're going into a full-blown recession and the economy is going to collapse is here right now. So we're going to take a look at those. We're going to then talk a little bit about all the things going on with Trump Republicans, Democrats. You guys know the drill by now. How's everybody doing? I feel like my StreamYard, I may have to back out and come back in real quick. 1 second. It is not showing me comments for some reason. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Let me reset this. Jesus. Software, guys. Software. I don't know why it wouldn't let me back in. We're good. We're here, right? You guys hear me? We should be good to go now. Comments are back. I don't know what the hell that was. Wouldn't let me back. Wouldn't let me back in my my software. We're good now. We're here. We're back. We should be good for the rest of the show. All right. Thanks for standing by for a second there. That was weird. Don't know. Haven't had that happen before. Okay. So anyway, we already talked about what we're going to do. Let's kick this off. Let's talk about Trump's missing. Somebody said, "Fake Nate, we can see the mask." We are going to talk about that story as well tonight. If you guys haven't seen, yes, the man on Fox News in the mask. That was pretty weird. But we are going to talk about that pretty early in the show as well. All right, first thing we're going to do, we're going to talk about this guy. And what are the odds that the rumors are true, that he is missing because he had a stroke? Well, I'm just going to show some pictures here. So this is from 3 days ago. This is a real picture, by the way. Let's just all take a gander at some of these photos. Just to see how he's doing, right? Just to see how he's doing. Again, this is not AI. This is an actual picture that was taken 3 days ago. And we're going to look at a lot of pictures that are, kind of, well, let's just take a look. Here's another one. This is a real picture, by the way. Another real picture. Just things to think about on how well this guy is doing and what are the odds that he potentially, again, is struggling. All right, here's some more pictures. Some just things to think about. This is from 2 weeks ago. As you can see, he is, there's his hands, there's his neck, just not looking great. Not looking great. Always asleep. We're going to talk about that as well. Now, we'll get to the reporting about what happened. So, yes, Donald Trump was apparently rushed to the hospital for the third time this year. And I can provide some pretty interesting context to this about why this actually is so bizarre. Okay, a lot of people are going to try to tell you, oh, it's just regular checkups at the doctor. No, presidents don't go to Walter Reed for regular checkups at the doctor. Do you guys know why they don't go to Walter Reed for regular checkups with the doctor and annual physicals? Anybody know before I give the game up on why they don't do that? It's not something crazy. It's not complicated. It's super basic. Anybody know why they don't go to the hospitals for these things? Yeah, somebody just said it. There's literally a fucking doctor in the White House, okay? And I can tell you, I can confirm this. I was given a private tour. Not me, just me. My entire Special Forces ODA was given a private tour of the White House. We got to see all the stuff, the Situation Room, all the coolest shit that you don't get to see because, well, one of our former teammates just happened to work at the White House. And so we were given a private tour. We got to see everything. And guess what we got to go see? The fucking doctor's office in the White House. So they took us in, full doctor's office, okay? Dental, they got everything in there. The only thing they don't have is much higher levels of care. Okay, so if you had maybe had a stroke or a heart attack or something serious, you're going to go to Walter Reed for that. So that's why him being rushed to Walter Reed is not fucking normal, right? If this was, they're trying to say already this is a regular checkup, but no, that's not how it works at the White House. Okay, but here's the actual reporting. Bunch of channels covered this already. So we'll get the actual reporting here. We'll use Kyle's video for this one, and then we'll talk more about it
as well. Okay, let's go ahead and dive right in, Ski. So this is a big deal, and nobody's talking about it, but Trump has now returned to the hospital for a third time in 13 months as ex-White House doctors sound the alarm. Okay, so here's what they say. Donald Trump is heading to the hospital for the third time in 13 months, a frequency that has medical experts questioning the 79-year-old's physical condition and mental fitness for office. The president is scheduled to visit Walter Reed Medical Center on Tuesday for a medical and dental checkup. He previously saw doctors in April 2025.
Keep in mind, he's not going to Walter Reed for a regular medical and dental checkup. That's done at the White House.
For his annual physical exam before returning in October for a, quote, scheduled follow-up. Now, let me pause to point out, remember when he got an MRI and they called it a routine MRI, which, by the way, is not a thing. There's no such thing.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a routine MRI. You guys know that.
Is a routine MRI. Then they asked Trump, what part of your body did they MRI? And his reaction was, I don't know, but definitely not the brain, which immediately leads me to believe, of course, it's the brain.
Yeah.
Which then begs the question, what's going on up there? Okay, because we know he's physically deteriorating, mentally deteriorating. We know his dad had Alzheimer's and died with it, okay, which makes him much more likely to get Alzheimer's because it runs in his family. And here we are acting like everything's okay as a literal madman who's losing his mind is dragging us into World War III and crashing the global economy and protecting pedophiles and launching a new war seemingly every other week. This is astonishing, the place we're at right now.
Yeah.
And so these questions become more and more important when you see the gravity of the decisions that the Trump regime is making. The latest visit comes as Trump has appeared at public events with a growing number of bruises and red marks on his skin, including on his neck and hands. The public is taking notice too. Just 40% of Americans believe Trump has the mental sharpness to serve as president.
All right. So this is where we're going to pause for a second. That's going to be the first poll of the night. 40% of Americans. 40% of Americans. We are going to check that. Where's my... What is going on tonight? Where's my fucking... I got no options for polls here. Come on. There we go. All right. First poll. Is Trump mentally well enough to be president? What do you guys think? They said 40% of Americans said yes. We'll see what we think, huh? Okay. Now, good reporting from Kyle. What makes this more interesting is this just broke an hour ago. This just broke an hour ago. So Donald Trump was going to have a cabinet meeting at Camp David, Maryland tomorrow, and they have now canceled that meeting, and they're going to have it on the White House instead. Now, interesting, people have looked into this, and apparently there is not going to be bad weather conditions tomorrow at Camp David. So again, as it says here, Maryland is cloudy with 50% of light rain. This is the actual forecast. So no, the weather is not bad at Camp David right now, nor will it be when they travel. And so a lot of people are saying, why the fuck is Trump administration canceling this trip at the same time he's missing from a hospital trip? And then now they're going to have it at the White House. Why are you lying about this? Why are you lying about why you're canceling this? Again, we don't know, but this just broke and it's very, very bizarre. Now, what they told us was that his scheduled exam, of course, that everything checked out perfectly. Thank you to the great doctors and staff heading back to the White House. Okay, so again, he's in perfect health. However, we also know this now. Donald Trump has now fallen asleep on camera more times than Joe Biden. So it says Donald Trump has now fallen asleep on camera more times than Joe Biden, which is the kind of data point that makes you wonder what exactly was in all those Diet Cokes. Says the chart is not close. Trump logged 7 alleged on-camera sleeping incidents in 2026 alone, bringing his career total to a commanding lead over the man he spent 4 years calling Sleepy Joe. Now, it says here, Biden, for the record, peaked at 2 times in 2021 and basically retired from the discipline entirely. By comparison, the 46th president now looks like he was snorting Adderall. Okay, now, for those of MAGA who want to say this isn't true, no, I'm sorry, this is true. And this has happened, 7 times now, where he has just been straight fucking racked. Like, you want to tell me this dude is just, what is he, just blinking right now? No, he's fully unconscious in his chair. And again, like, he's constantly doing this, right? Like, just fucking, bro is just racked, right? Like, this is just constantly happening to him now. All right, here's him again.
Earliest years of their children's lives.
Turn the sound off on that. There he is, just asleep at another press conference. He can't even stand. You guys notice he can't even stand up anymore? Do you see how they do these new ones? He literally can't even stand. They have to sit him in this chair while everybody else stands around him. Just this very bizarre emperor has no clothes situation we have going on, where, again, like, he can't get out of his chair. Like, he can't stand long enough to even do any of these press conferences. That's why everybody around him is there, and he's just racked in his chair. Now, there's another thing that people are noticing is that he can't walk straight, which is a very, very common side effect of someone who's had a stroke. That down too. As you can see, watch him as he walks. He does a diagonal back and forth sway, and this is everywhere he goes. He's doing this, right? He can't seem to walk straight. A lot of this is because of his balance, or if he's had a stroke. But as you can see, I mean, he's just fucking zigzagging, right? until he can, nope. As soon as he raises his hand, what happens? He veers way off to the left, veers back. Again, just, again, super, super common things that someone who has a stroke has. Now, also just the bizarre bruising, right? This is another one.
Absolutely crazy. And they're vicious, violent.
They're trying to hide it. You can see all of the makeup that they just plaster on his hands and his neck now.
I mean, nobody wants to have Iran, or anybody, but nobody wants to have Iran with a nuclear, because these people are crazy. They're absolutely crazy, and they're vicious, violent. I mean,
you can see his whole hand is just caked and covered in makeup. Now, what is that from? That's from IVs, bruises. Really common spot to get your IVs, especially for older people, because your veins aren't great in the rest of your body, right? So in your ditches and your normal places, you're going to get IVs. Elderly people, their veins, very, very difficult to find. So they're typically going to do it in your hands, okay, for your IVs. So he's very clearly getting regular IVs of something. What could that be? A lot of people think it's dementia medication. That would actually check out. That's from what dementia doctors talk about. That's very, very common. I forget what the medication is called, but there's a medication that actually does leave bruising that most of dementia patients are taking. Yeah, great point. Yep, he is also slurring his words. He's basically got every sign and symptom. And here's another one. This is one of the main ones you can tell. Okay, this is coronary heart disease. You can see, look at these cankles, bro. Like, these things are just blown out, right? His ankles are so swollen. He can barely even get his feet in his shoes. Very, very, very common of somebody who's got coronary heart disease. And what's a very common thing that happens when you have coronary heart disease? A stroke, right? Something my dad just had happen recently this year from having coronary heart disease and then had a stroke because of it. Okay. Very, very common stuff. This is super, super normal. Okay. Now, there's, again, bunch of people talking about this. Keith Edwards just dropped a video literally about this. And this was an hour ago that he just broke this. And the title of the video is, of course, Trump had a stroke. So we're going to watch a little bit of this and then we'll talk about it.
The real problems Donald Trump is experiencing with his health. And this happens the same day that Donald Trump has made, I believe, his 4th annual visit to the hospital this year. This time we're actually told about it. This time we're actually told about it. Previously, it was a dentist appointment that became an emergency visit that happened in Florida. But this time, at least it was on the schedule. Now, Donald Trump has posted about this visit after he left. And of course, we have that for you. And yesterday was a very shocking moment where the president of the United States literally fell asleep. Now, CNN's doctor has some insight as to what this could be, but look at this.
Here he goes again.
The mourners of that first Decoration Day knew what we know on this memorial.
He's just fucking racked, bro.
He's literally asleep. Now, we know this is bothering the White House because they came out with these tweets basically saying that these images and the videos are selectively edited because they're saying, oh, look at these reporters who fell asleep during CNN. Only, of course,
you can tell these are obvious blinks, right? Which is a little bit different than him for 50 seconds straight, just racked out in a chair.
That's not what happened. And we have two eyes. We have seen multiple times that Donald Trump will nod off in the Oval Office or yesterday. But this is the surest sign that they're aware that this is a problem for them and they're trying to do what they can to try to change the narrative around it. And that's why it's pretty bad that there's a CNN doctor who's exposing what really is going on.
I do want to see this during this examination, a credible explanation for his visible health concerns, his bruising, which initially was described as due to vigorous handshaking, which is not credible.
The White House said this bruising is from shaking hands. You guys ever had your entire hands bruised after shaking somebody's hand? I haven't, but okay.
Severe edema in his ankles, which was described as chronic venous insufficiency, when just 3 months before, 1 year ago, he was his examination disclosed that he had no edema, which would then make it acute venous insufficiency, which is an entirely different thing. And finally, the president has severe daytime somnolence. He falls asleep very often. He's fallen asleep in the Oval Office on multiple occasions with people talking to him in the cabinet room, and was concerned yesterday that he might have fallen asleep at Arlington National Cemetery during Memorial Day observances.
Also, look at this, dude. Look at this. Okay. This is what they're claiming. This is how you know they're so full of shit, right? Look at this. Look at the physical exam results. 79 years old. He's supposedly 6'3", by the way. 224 pounds. Perfect blood pressure. His skin just has some minor damage. Perfect cognitive zen. You think Donald Trump is 224 pounds? At 6 foot, well, for reference, he's about 5'10", right? But 6'3", 224 pounds. Guys, think about this. I am 6'3", 230 pounds. And that dude is 100 pounds bigger than me. He's not, he would have to have the exact same physique as me to fit that height and weight. And so this is how you know this, right? This is total bullshit, right? They're not going to release real statistics on this guy. Okay. Anyway, let me get back to the video because there's a couple more important parts to it.
And chronic insomnia is a severe illness. It can result in an increase in.
Also, chronic insomnia. What does he do all night long? Right? We saw. I played a clip. I'll play this clip back from my video tonight or my video today that showed just last night all of the tweets he was sending at 2, 3, 4 in the morning. He doesn't sleep at night. Right? A lot of that's most likely because of dementia. It's called sundowning. But anyway,
the risk of dementia, decrease in cognitive effects in older people. It's equivalent to about increasing your age by about 3.5 years. It increases your cardiac risk of having a heart attack or developing congestive heart failure, and it can produce a decline in your sort of mental functions. Like it could increase depression, anxiety. So it's a real problem, and the president appears to struggle to stay awake during the day.
Now, as I was going to say, that's because this is what he's fucking doing all night at nighttime. Right? I had this video, or I had this clip in my video today that talked about exactly that, and we'll watch this here.
All right, great video.
This is from Nathan C. June. He's got a really big channel. I hadn't seen him before, but super good video. All right, so let's actually watch. He pulled up all of the tweets or whatever you call them on True Social posts, right? Just from last night. These are all just from last night in the middle of the night at like 2 in the morning. Okay, let's take a watch.
From creator Nathan.
Again, just last night.
C. June, hopefully I said that right. We'll watch this one together.
Bombed Iran last night, and this is what the president has been doing for the past 4 hours. He called Obama a treasonous traitor and said that we are only in this situation because of him. He celebrated being the deal maker in chief. He asked his followers to trust him. He posted that he was the deal maker in chief again. He called his followers deplorables and said that you just need to stay with me because you're going to love how this ends. He called himself the man that will save America. He wants the SAVE Act passed. He threatened to shoot Republicans who don't align with him. He posted that he is the master negotiator and the real art of the deal. He posted a AI image of Joe Biden asleep, Barack Obama, and Hillary Clinton. Whatever the f this is. He posted about the fact that Mar-a-Lago
This is a lot of posts, isn't it? Last night?
was raided by the FBI. That happened 4 years ago. He posted about it again. He celebrated how big the National Mall pool is. He posted this. He posted an image of him touching plaster. Nothing about Iran.
So think about that. That was just last night. Just last night. He's not sleeping, obviously. And again, I don't know, chat. If you guys, excuse me, I don't know if you've had a family member that has dementia, but this is exactly what you see out of them. It's called sundowning. They stay up all night. They can't sleep. And then they're doing erratic things exactly like that. And then the next day during the day, because they didn't sleep all night, they sleep throughout the day, right? They'll just fall asleep almost like narcolepsy, which is pretty much exactly what we're fucking seeing out of this guy. And again, keep in mind, what we just showed you, that's every single night. Every single night, he's posting 50 to 80 times on True Social. I'm not kidding. Like literally every 4 minutes he's posting on True Social all night long, every night. That ain't, I'm sorry. That ain't normal, right? That ain't normal. Now, I think there was one more section of the show one more section of Keith's clip that I wanted to show you guys. I believe this is actually a dementia doctor. I've seen his stuff before that talks about this.
Trying to notice what it is that they're scanning or looking for. And I'm going to end with this because our friend of the channel, Epistemic Crisis, said that dementia/stroke.
Yeah, he's an actual dementia doctor, I believe.
Symptoms were present yesterday. And I'll see you soon. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe. Ta-ta.
The president weeble-wobbled back and forth because he has dementia, balance deficits, and a history of stroke. I'm a physical therapist with a doctorate in my field and 14 years experience working in home health care, treating geriatric patients who have dementia, strokes, balance issues, all that fun shit.
Oh, yeah. Just wobbles, bro. Look at that.
So there's a couple reasons why he's wobbling back and forth. One of the first things I assess as a physical therapist is a patient's balance. And one of the conditions that I will manipulate is moving the center of gravity from right above the base of support to just outside of it. One of the easiest ways to do this is with variations of your bilateral upper extremities. I'll commonly have the patient raise both arms out to the side. And sometimes just that one movement will throw them off balance. It's not uncommon at all with a patient population that has a very high fall risk. Usually I've been called in to see a patient because they have fallen or they have fallen and injured themselves, had surgery, went to rehab, and finally made it back home. And now they have to deal with my annoying ass in their house. He has balance deficits because of his age, 80 years old. He is too fucking old to be in public office.
Yeah, no
we
shit.
have age minimums for running for president. We need to have age maximums for president and every other elected office in the goddamn country. He also has dementia, which is eating away at the neurons in his brain, including the ones responsible for balance and coordinated movement. And lastly, I believe he has a history of stroke that has given him some measure of foot drop in both legs. We've seen many photos in the past of him wearing bilateral ankle-foot orthotics or AFOs to make his foot drop less pronounced. You can especially see this when he is walking on a declined surface, like
we
a
just saw
ramp
that.
going down. All of these clinical signs point to a fall risk that is very high. And high fall risk can easily lead to a fall with an injury that you don't recover from. Happy Tuesday.
That was today, by the way, right? He just put this out today. So, again, obviously, the dude's cooked. He's physically cooked. He's mentally cooked. And he's in charge of trying to figure out this war with Iran. It's it's a shit show. It's a shit show. I want to do another poll here. And because we all know with Joe Biden, cognitively had no business being president, was way too old. But who's sleepier? Who was sleepier? Was it sleepy Joe Biden or is it Trump? Just objectively, guys, who has fallen asleep more? Let's see what you guys think. Okay, let's hit some super chats before we jump into, we're talking a little bit about the war. What's going on with the war? Because, it's back on the menu, boys. If you didn't know, we broke the ceasefire last night. We started bombing Iran again after 7 weeks. If you guys didn't know, it's been 7 weeks of ceasefire that was ended last night as we decided to start bombing Iran again. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe because Bibi told us to, literally. But we'll get into that. Let's hit some super chats first so don't fall too far behind. Trump had a stroke while thinking about Bubba. It's a good one. Billy Squire, the stroke. I've been enjoying these fuel spikes. It's been going up 25 cents lately. Hope you've had a great Memorial Day and also have a great week. Thank you, Kenneth. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. I think his computer had a stroke. Mine did, yeah. It went Trump on me. Our greatest allies got Nate. Yeah, I know. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. We're back though. Get ready. T-Man now has even lost the sheeple. Yeah, we're going to talk about this. Megan called him most corrupt. I have this clip. Literally have this clip, and we're going to talk about it. So we'll get to that. Thank you. Graham Bear, what's up, brother? Says for protection against greatest ally. Thank you, Omi. What's your thoughts on Trump making all his friends and donors big money like Dana White this upcoming UFC fight? Respect the sport, not now. Yeah, I'm not going to. Now, if you guys haven't seen me, Jesse on Fire, we like to do like watch parties. Sorry, I haven't done them on my show, guys. I need to be better about that because I know a lot of you guys were there anyway, but we like to have UFC watch parties. Last week we had me, Jesse, Baron Coleman, Danks, Bays, and we're trying to do more of those because they're fun, but I am not going to do that for this White House event. I have no interest in supporting this whatsoever. So yeah, I'm not going to be doing it for this one at all. Oh, did the poll not go through? My bad, guys. My bad. Why is it not? Oh, there we go. Sorry. All right, there's the poll. So no, I'm not going to be supporting that White House card. Also, a lot of UFC fighters are not supporting that White House card either. Sean Strickland is a good example of that. He said, no, thanks. I don't want to go hang out with a bunch of Epstein pedophiles. So yeah, I'm not going to be supporting that. I'm not somebody that tells you guys to go boycott. That's not what I'm going to do. But me personally, no, I don't have any interest in supporting that shit. So, and I love fighting. That's my hobby. It's what I do. But again, I'm not going to be a part of that shit. Fuck that. No, thank you. Even though I love the UFC, not like the organization, I love fighting, right? Because that's my hobby, but I'm not going to be a part of that. No, thank you. But anyway, you guys can if you want. I'll skip one of them. I hope it tanks. I hope they get punished, and I hope the UFC loses a fucking $1 billion for doing it at the White House and making it political. So we'll see, though. The CIA likes presidents so old that they can continue to control America while the president sleeps. Yep. All right, two more. Let's jump back in. Donnie had multiple strokes. Melania isn't taking care. That's a good one. He's got apparently a couple aides that he's having affairs with, though. So gross, but couldn't happen to a nicer piece of shit. All right, let's jump into this. Let's talk about a little bit about what's going on with the war, huh? Because again, like I said, yes, we're back at it. Apparently, the peace deal is completely over. Review the last poll. I just put it back up. So let's let everybody weigh into it here for a minute. Okay, let's jump into this.
Probably spent $50 billion to $60 billion prosecuting the war. Turns out the damage that was done to our bases in the area are now being estimated, because you look at satellite imagery, the bases look wiped out, $5 to $8 billion worth of damage, Caddy, to the bases. Then you've got damage done to the Gulf states. So we're talking about $30-ish billion worth of damage there. And it looks like we have about $600 billion of damage to the global economy, meaning the economy has grinded down and growth has gone down globally as a result of this. And so I'm rounding numbers to say this is a $700 billion economic catastrophe. They probably spent $50 billion.
And for what? For what, right? All right, here's Pete crying that they won't open the strait.
Is the clear aggressor. Harassing civilian vessels.
I want you guys to rehear that. Listen to what he just said.
Is the clear aggressor.
I know it kind of cuts off. He says Iran is the clear aggressor in this war. Okay. Are they? Because I don't think they're bombing our country. I think we're bombing their country last time I checked, but I don't know. What do I know? What do I know about war?
Harassing civilian vessels, threatening mariners from every nation indiscriminately, and weaponizing a critical choke point for its own financial benefit, or at least trying to. For too long, Iran has been harassing ships, shooting at civilian tankers from...
For too long, they haven't shot at anybody until the war started. Like, I don't get how he gets up here and spews this fucking nonsense. Who believes this, right? We all have phones. We all watch the news. We know what's happening. Oh, boy, yeah.
All nations, and trying to impose a tolling system. Iran's plan, a form of international extortion, is unacceptable.
What do you want them to do? What do you want them to do? We're bombing them. We're attacking their country. It's so, and yeah, I saw, yeah, Aziz just said indiscriminately. It's not indiscriminate. It's U.S. and U.S. allies. That's it. China, all their allies have got no issues. But again, what are you talking about? We are in their country. That makes us the aggressor. This would be like if let's say Canada invaded the United States and then they complained that we defended ourselves. Like, you can't do that. What are you fucking talking about? We started the war. That's not my opinion. That's like, we know we did, right? And so now you're crying that they're closing the Strait of Hormuz. What the fuck do you expect? Now, this is just a really interesting one. I saw this and I'd never thought about this before. I've never seen this before. And this is a clip of a military spouse who is speaking out publicly and protesting the war in Iran. Very interesting to me because you don't typically see military spouses be the ones that are verbally out about stuff like this.
There is a stereotype that military spouses should remain quiet, keep our heads down, and not ask questions. I intend to change that narrative. This war in Iran is illegal, unauthorized, unconstitutional, and has already cost the American people dearly in gas prices, yes, as you can see behind you, but also in American lives. 60% of Americans disapprove of how operations in Iran are being handled. Yet this conflict has been ongoing for 81 days now, without congressional approval. Members who fail to stop this war are betraying their oath to the Constitution. They're betraying our service members and their own constituents, and we intend to hold them accountable. We are tired of hollow promises from politicians who are corrupt. We are tired of endless wars posited being in the defense of freedom when they are actually an attempt to take land, resources, and capital that are not ours to take.
Pretty much.
We are tired of this administration taking advantage of our family members who signed up because they believed they were doing so to defend democracy and that promises made to them would be kept. Congress has a responsibility to check the power of the executive branch and stop this war now.
So, interesting conversation to have. I love that. I mean, and this is a real thing. And I know this, and all of the veterans in the chat are going to know this. All of the military spouses in the chat are going to know this. But it's very taboo for military spouses to publicly complain or protest about anything regarding the war. That has been taboo forever. And so I do think it's actually really interesting to see military spouses start coming forward and using their voice. And I think they should be able to. Why? More than fucking anybody else. Why? Because their spouses, guys like me, are the ones that go fight and fucking die in the wars. So yeah, if they think that a war is unjust and they don't want their husband or wives, I guess you could say in some cases, to go fight and die in a foreign war, I think they got more right to protest than just about anybody does. You know what I mean? Our military spouses sacrifice way more than you guys realize as is. So yeah, why the fuck should she not be able to protest about it? I think it's great. Oh God. Here's the Trump administration. Buckle your seatbelts as the White House prayers and say, God has raised Trump to kill Iranians. That's what God's doing.
Pray.
This is a prayer, by the way.
Father, you tell us in the book of Esther that the Persians, the Iranians, were wanting to kill every Jew, woman, child, and do it all in one day.
This is a prayer in the White House. That is Donald Trump right behind him. Oh my God.
But you raised up Esther to save the Jewish people. Father, we thank you. Today, the Iranians, the wicked regime of this government, wants to kill every Jew and destroy them with an atomic fire.
Oh my God.
But you have raised up President Trump. You've raised him up for such a time as this.
Oh my God.
And Father, we pray that you'll give him victory. Father, we pray for our military that you'd watch over, protect them. Father, we pray for the people of Iran who want freedom to be set free from these Islamic lunatics.
That's a prayer in the White House. In the White House. In the Oval Office, mind you. We've lost the plot, ladies and gentlemen. We have lost the plot. I'm sorry. If you're a Christian, no Christian believes that God has put us on some righteous path to go slaughter innocent women and children, to bomb elementary schools. If that's and this is why I have left American Protestant and evangelicalism. I've said, fuck it, I'm out. I'm out, bro. Because that's what that shit is. That's MAGA evangelicalism right there. And it's fucking horrifying and it's disgusting. It's the fakest. Not a single person in that room is a real Christian. It is insanity. That's just like that. Putting that in a prayer. Wow. Now, what else is going on with veterans, huh? Here's another one. We've talked about this on the show. We knew it was coming, but yeah, the Pentagon is trying to push it that retired veterans like me do not have freedom of speech. We are not allowed to criticize the Trump administration and that they can take away our retirement if we do so.
Happy Friday. And if you're a veteran, get ready to get pissed off because Pentagon is after your First Amendment rights. And I wish I was kidding. It's happening. Kelly versus Hegseth.
Yep.
Mark Kelly, senator, a retired Navy captain, is currently being threatened with reduction in rank and loss of his pension. Why? Because he told troops if you have a duty to refuse illegal orders, which is literally what they taught him.
Keep in mind, lawsuits set precedent. Okay, so what he's explaining here, the lawsuit of the government against Mark Kelly, this will set a precedent against all veterans if this is victorious.
At the Naval Academy. But here's the part that impacts you. The government argument is under Article 88 of the UCMJ. Retired officers who receive a pension remain subject to military discipline. And under Article 2, if you're enlisted and retired, you do too.
Yep.
The government lawyer literally argued in D.C. court appeals that if retirees don't want the Secretary of Defense policing their speech, that they can give up their pension that they earned.
There it is.
After 20 fucking years of service.
You have to give your pension up to speak your mind. That's what this lawsuit is putting forward for all veterans.
A federal judge already called it horse feathers. And I quote, and blocked it, saying threatens millions of retirees. But here's the fun fact. The Pentagon appealed it.
Yep.
We're just waiting on an appeals court ruling right now.
Yep. How fucking crazy is that? That means me, guys. Keep in mind. That means me. I will be the first hit with this. You guys understand that, right? A very big, outspoken, anti-Donald Trump, anti-Trump administration, retired veteran with a huge podcast. That's going to be me. I'll be the very first person, not me, but like me and a few others will be the very first people targeted by this because I'm the most outspoken and I'm using my platform to criticize and, the government and the Trump administration. And I'm retired. So I'll be the first person they come for. I'm not saying that like is to be, pejorative or anything like that. I mean, that's legitimately, I'm the type of person because I have a large platform and I can influence things. And so, yeah, if this gets appealed, it goes through, then they're going to hammer me first. They're going to threaten me first. And then I'll have to make that decision of, do I want to have freedom of speech or do I give up my pension? I'll let you guys know right now, if this goes through, I will give up my pension. I'm not going to shut my mouth. It's going to suck. It'll fucking suck to give up my retirement. But I promise you guys, look me in the eyes, Nate will not go anywhere. Yeah. I won't go anywhere. I'll give up my pension if this goes through, and I'll continue doing what I'm doing because you're not going to fucking bully me, man. You're not going to bully me, and you're not going to bully anybody else in the space. So it's disgusting. Like, this is fucking crazy, right? That's how crazy is this? That's an active lawsuit. The government is leveraging against veterans, retired veterans right now. How crazy is that, guys? I just, oh, wow. They send us to go fight the wars, and then we come home and they say we're not allowed to protest the war anymore. I don't know, man. It's a tough sell. But no, I will refuse to be bullied. I don't care. Like, again, it would suck to lose my pension that I earned, mind you. But yeah, I'm not going anywhere. They're gonna have to drag me out kicking and screaming at this point. So anyway, guys, that's the type of shit that this administration's doing. It's fucking crazy. All right, let's pivot a little bit for a second. This is not military related, but we got to talk about this one, right? I wasn't sure where to put this in the show, but what is this? I know you guys have almost all seen this, but the Fox News guy in the mask. Okay.
You can ask the flowers.
I'm going to turn that sound off. You can't tell me. Look at this. Look at this. This is insane. You're going to tell people are trying to say that's lighting, right? Fox News and MAGA are trying to say this. And of course, why is MAGA trying to defend this? Okay. Anyway, they're trying to say this is lighting. This is not a mask. Yeah. See, here you go. That's a shadow. People are saying this is a shadow. I don't see the shadow here, guys. I mean, look, here's lighting, right? Lighting can move around. You can see the shadows moving on my body, but like, bro, you can tell if I was wearing a mask or not, right? You can see the shadows moving around, but come on, dude. Come on, dude. We're going to do a poll. Look at this thing. And keep in mind, we know these masks exist, right? These realistic CIA masks 100% exist. Okay, whether these exist or not is not a question. They 100% exist. Is that a mask? I don't know. Fucking sure as shit looks like one to me. But that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a poll here next. I want to get your guys' take because a lot of people have said, "No, it's just a shadow. It's just a shadow." That's a tough sell to me. Also, yeah, he's a former military. I forget exactly who he was. Mask or nah? All right, what do you guys think? I think I'm like 99.9% that's a fucking mask. All right, next one. Again, not military, but still we got to watch this. All right, we know that there was of course, a shooting at the White House the other day. We'll take a look at that. What do we think? We'll do a poll on that one too. But this woman is becoming an absolute meme for her reaction to this. So actually, I'm not. Do I want to play the sound? The YouTube's sketchy about this stuff, guys. Well, we'll play. It should be fine. It's just a news clip. But watch her survival skills.
What is that? What is that? Sounds like fire.
Today, but this obviously comes just a couple of weeks after a shooting at the White House correspondence.
She has. This is not AI. This is real. She actually came out and responded to it. She had a good sense of humor about it. I mean, she has the survival instincts of a wet paper towel. Let's be honest. I mean, that's rough. I appreciate her. Just what is that? What is that? Those are gunshots, ma'am. You should hit the deck. Regardless of that's what we're going to talk about next, is real or fake. I wanted to show you guys this. This is interesting before we do the poll. Okay. There's this is in response to what just happened. 30 gunshots at the White House. So these are just statistics, timelines. All right, 2016, shots at the White House. 2018, shots at the White House. 2020, shots at the White House. Who was president? Trump. 21 to 2024, no shots at the White House. Interesting. 2025, shots at the White House. 2026, shots at the White House. Only time it ever happens is when Trump just happens to be in charge. And then for a nice 4 years, nice little 4 years hiatus, nothing happens. It's, you know. Oh, MAGA's butt hurt, dude. Here he is. Oh, you mad we making fun of your daddy? Oh, your daddy, you don't like it? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's do oh, you dork. All right, let's do a poll. Real or fake? The newest one, real or fake, ladies and gentlemen. The newest one at the White House, real or fake? What do we think? Okay. And then that's going to get us into the next section of the show, the economy. We got a lot to talk about with the economy. All right, let's do a couple super chats before we hit the economy. Bobby, what's up, brother? Says, the man eats aspirin and Big Macs like Skittles, doesn't sleep well, and I'm sure it's exercising that rigid. Besides golf, yeah. Pretty sure he's suffering from something at almost 80. Yeah, I mean, of course, Bobby, right? Like, and I'm just shocked that he's still alive. I'm amazed that he's still alive. Just health-wise, right? Just being massively overweight, 80 years old, the worst diet I've ever seen in my life. It's actually really impressive that he's still hanging on. Thank you, Bobby. Penta, what's up, brother? Said the most disgusting thing about Trump is freaks signing at Mar-a-Lago line up to dinner to dunk their bread in Trump's neck. Oh, God, gross, dude. Ew, Penta, gross, dude. The thought of that makes me want to vomit, but it's also true. What? Thank you, brother. Corey says, I hit the like button. I'm commenting. I'm helping. You always are, man. You always are. My America First flag just showed up today. Couldn't be happier with the quality of the merch and the streams, brother. As always, keep up the good fight. Thank you. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Love to hear it, man. I got a couple of them in here. I just haven't put them up yet. Yeah, we got the America First flags. We're going to get some new ones done too with the new logo, but appreciate it, man. Glad to hear that you got it and you like it. All right, a couple more and we'll jump back in. Drew Cap says Trump wants to build a hospital in his bunker so he doesn't. We're going to talk about that tonight too, so he doesn't have to leave the White House. Yep. We 100% are going to take a look at that story tonight too. Thank you, bro. Code Gray says Trump and Bibi both in the hospital with the dental emergency. Yep. Dentist on Epstein Islands. Any connection? As a warning to someone. Yeah, there's no dental emergency going on, by the way. They have a dentist in the White House too. Katie says, so Bibi and Trump both have medical emergencies over the holiday weekend. Karma is wild. We need karma to be a little bit more karma-ish, if you know what I mean. 16 months into a 48th month term. He ain't making it, brother. Not a chance. Nah, I health-wise, I don't think he's going to get there. All right, one more. We'll jump back in. Joe says, Raul member Sleepy Joe says, one of his favorite digs against Joe now, what goes around comes around. Just saying. Yeah, now he is he's the sleepy one, huh? All right, real or fake? Oh, well, I probably should have put a better poll, huh? Sorry, guys. There was no way to answer that correctly. Sorry. I see. I appreciate you guys still voting and making it 50-50, though. All right. Oh, well, let's reset the poll. Let's reset the poll here. Okay. That's my bad, guys. Real or fake? Options are now real or fake. Yes or no? Yes or no doesn't really answer the question of real or fake, right? My bad, guys. Okay, now the poll's good. All right, let's jump back into it. That was my bad. All right, economy. Okay, well, I'll tell you guys this. The economy is scarily bad. Every indicator that we're heading into a massive recession is here. So because it's so rough, we're going to start out with, of course, some comedy on it. Because depressing. Here we go.
Did you spend money to just punctuate this horrific life we've created with a little bit of a panini, a ciabatta with a caprese salad? Why would you do it? Why wouldn't you, in that horrible life we've created, make a sandwich?
He's talking about, let me give you some context so you can understand. Kevin O'Leary basically said Gen Z and millennials, the reason why they're poor is because they spend too much money on lunch. They spend too much money on lunch. Okay, that's what Kevin O'Leary said. So this is Tim. This is Tim responding to the idea that you're poor because you spend too much money on lunch.
And bring it to work in a paper bag or a lunchbox and put it in the refrigerator so that you could save $45 a week, $60 a week, and put it in an index fund so that in 50 years, then you can, I don't even know what the hell you do. I don't even know what you would do with that money in 50 years. When everybody's a bionic human being and most of these people have left the goddamn planet. You're going to be sitting here with your index funds in whatever Mordor these people have created. You're going to, well, thank God I didn't have lunch for 30 years and I invested in this index fund so that now I have the money to buy the gear to fight the robot army that is surrounding my house. Guys, what are we thinking? Why would you spend money to just punctuate this?
Okay. Oh, great point, right? Yeah, it's unlikely the fact that you're spending. First of all, Kevin O'Leary said you spend too much money on lunch. Yeah, that's because lunch costs fucking $20+ anywhere you buy it. Like, do you know how expensive food is? How are you not supposed to spend? You're just not supposed to eat lunch. I don't know. All right, but anyway, start off with okay, now let's I got to start with this. Okay, before we get into the metrics and the data, there's going to be a lot of metrics and data we're going to look at here. I want to show you the way Newsmax and Fox News, and this is just a couple days ago, are framing this, right? And they're framing this as Trump's economic numbers are strong. We're going to look at the numbers. So what's the problem? What's the problem? This is from Newsmax. Yes, Trump's economy numbers are strong. They're strong. All right. Before we show you all the metrics, let's do a poll to see how you guys think the economy is going. Okay. And then I'm going to show you I'm going to show you all the metrics, a lot of different metrics. I'm going to use my master's degree to explain a lot of things here. Got to put it to you somehow. Okay. But let's do. All right, so here's your options. How is the actual economy right now? Okay, I'll let you guys start weighing in as I start showing you. Before I show you the metrics, let's get Trump's take himself. Trump's take himself on how things are going.
President promised to bring inflation down. It's now at its highest level in 3 years. Are your policies not working?
No, my policies are working incredibly. If you go back to just before the war, for the last 3 months, inflation was at 1.7%. Now, we had a choice. Let these lunatics have a nuclear weapon. If you want to do that, then you're a stupid person, and you happen to be. I mean, I know.
All of you're fucking dumb, by the way. President of the United States wants you to know you're fucking dumb.
You very well. Anybody that wants them to have a nuclear weapon is a stupid person.
There you go.
So we said we're going to take the greatest stock market in history, and we're going to go down a little bit.
All right, so like he said there, he says it's working great. His policies are working fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, let's run the numbers. And I've got all the numbers across all the different metrics of how we look at the economy, not just stock market high. Okay, we're not going to do that. We're going to actually deep dive this. First thing we're going to start with, of course, is gas prices, right? This a couple days ago, gas now tops $4 a gallon in all 50 states. All right, here's the most hardest hit. California average over $6 a gallon. The national average is nearing $5 a gallon. The absolute cheapest is in Mississippi. What states are the hardest hit? Well, California, Washington, Hawaii. Oh, here we are. My home state of Oregon. Obviously, part of this is leftist gas tax in the state. Okay, let's keep in mind, but still, that just makes it even more expensive than the already crazy national average, because even the cheapest states in America are still over $4 a gallon. That is very, very high. Okay, let's look at consumer price indexes. What this is This basically is getting the sentiment from consumers. How do consumers feel about the economy? And as you can see down here, way down here, at its lowest point since 1952. 1952. Okay. This goes back nearly 80 years. You had to go back, 74 years you have to go back, and we're way below those levels. All right. And so again, U.S. consumer sentiment officially falls to its lowest level on record in data going back to 1952. Okay. That's us, the consumers, how we feel about the economy. We feel the worst we ever have in 70 fucking years. Not great. Here's another one. Things to think about. Semiconductors, we talk about the stock market being artificially propped up by all these fucking AI and chip companies, NVIDIA, Microsoft, OpenAI, Intel, etc. Okay. Semiconductors now represent 14% of the entire U.S. stock market. If you guys know about the .com bubble, this was the exact same type of shit we saw then, right? And that's why you have this famous clip from Mike Burry. How do you know?
Trust me, call Bennett. Like 50 million in swaps on the MBS. What do we got? Garibaldi 4 triple B.
Anyway, famous movie right there. But as you can see, yes, this doesn't make sense. 14% of the entire stock market is semiconductors. Because, yeah, that's really what runs the economy, right? Not food, gas, all these things. Here's another one from our Federal Reserve Chair who was just removed by Donald Trump.
Say you simply flooded the system with money.
Yes, we did. That's another way to think about it. We did.
Where does it come from? Do you just print it?
We print it digitally. So we as a central bank, we have the ability to create money. We also print actual currency. And
Can the president fire you? Well,
Okay, so what he's explaining there is how we deal with money. Okay, so we have fiat currency. It's fake. It's not backed by anything. The central banking system, the Federal Reserve, which keep in mind is not a government agency, by the way. It's run by a certain group of people. You could probably guess who. The way it works is the central banking system, the Federal Reserve, prints money out of thin fucking air. It doesn't exist. They print it digitally, and then what they do is they loan it to all of us, and they add interest. So they print the money out of thin air, they loan it, and then they charge us extra for that money. Okay, so that's a central banking system under fiat currency. It's not great, right? It's usury. Usury, you've heard that term before. There's a certain group of people who were kicked out of 109 countries for exactly this, specifically. It doesn't matter who they are. I'm just saying this is just for reference. And yes, that is exactly one of the big problems in our country right now. What else do we have going on? We're looking at all sorts of different metrics, and they're all bad. Credit card debt has officially broken pandemic levels. Credit card debt for Americans is now at the highest level it's been since God knows how far back we have to go. This is 2008, and it's not even close. So, yeah, that's not good when the United States consumer currently has the highest credit card debt we have seen in I don't know how long, probably maybe ever. This might be the highest ever as far as I can see from the chart. That's not good. What else do we got going? So Google search volume for help with my mortgage is at the highest levels since the 2008 financial crisis. That's not good. We're noticing a lot of these metrics are really, really bad. A lot of these metrics are all matching what they looked like in the global financial crisis and the .com bubble. It's pretty wild how exact, if not worse, they are than those situations. Here's another one. Credit card account delinquencies by 90 plus days have jumped to 13.1%, the highest level in 15 years, which goes back to the global financial crisis and closing to the highest level ever. That's not good. What else? Oh, I'll explain this one because this one's a little bit more nuanced to understand. Stock market closing in on its highest Shiller PE. This is price to earnings ratio. I'll explain how this works. In history, now only slightly less than during the .com bubble. You can see if you go all the way back. Yeah, there's the, this goes back to 1930, right? So the dot-com bubble, which is one of the biggest crashes ever, we're nearing that. And this is also higher than, all the way back to the Great Depression. Now, the Shiller PE ratio, what this means, okay, this is the price to earnings index. So what this means is what a stock is worth compared to what the actual earnings of the company are producing. So the higher this ratio gets, the worse it is. So keep in mind, like if a company has a crazy high stock price, Tesla, for example, but their earnings are really, really low and shitty, that's not a good investment, right? Because the stock market's price doesn't reflect what the company is actually worth. And so what the ratios are showing here is that the stock market, the entire stock market, is worth way more than what any of these companies' actual earnings are showing, which means it's untethered from reality. The stock market is no longer in reality. We are back to dot-com bubble scenarios. And the dot-com bubble, for those of you who aren't like tied in on what that was, the reason why that spiraled out of control was essentially when the internet started booming, investors started investing in basically any company that had .com behind it. So there was hundreds and hundreds of companies that got tons of investments into it, tons of money pouring in, and they ended up doing nothing. The websites just flopped, and that's what actually caused that massive crash. So again, all of these companies that basically aren't producing anything, but their prices are crazy high, that's what we're seeing in the current market. So what that means is the current stock market is not realistic. It's fucking, this is why I say I don't give financial advice, okay? But this is why I'm mainly cash. I've pulled out most of my investments outside of my IRAs because, yeah, the market doesn't make any sense. It's, again, even worse than we've seen all the way back from almost the Great Depression across everything. All right, here's some other interesting ones. You guys remember that trip to China? That trip to China, all of those billionaires took with Trump? It turns out we've now learned Xi Jinping refused to meet with any CEO that Trump brought to China. That included Elon Musk, Zuckerberg, Tim Cook, Jensen Huang. So NVIDIA, Facebook, Tesla, all of these fuckers that showed up, Xi Jinping literally wouldn't speak to them. What does that mean? And we found this out now. Not a single deal outside of Boeing. I think Boeing made the one deal for 200 planes. That entire trip, all of the billionaires, all of the plans, all of the negotiations resulted in nothing. So, yeah, somebody said, get wrecked, oligarchs. Yeah, they did. They all got fucking skull fucked by Xi. So, there we go. Speaking of oligarchs, also, guys, I've decided I'm not calling them billionaires anymore. I think in America we need to change our vernacular on this. They are not billionaires. They are oligarchs. These are oligarchs. Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, these are oligarchs. These are people that control vast amounts of wealth, power, and now hold political leverage over the system. They're not billionaires. They are oligarchs. So we are living in a corporate oligarchy. We are not a capitalist society. We're not a capitalist democracy anymore. We are a corporate oligarchy. And we need to start saying that out loud. We need to just say what it is, right? When we say billionaires, no, they are oligarchs. Okay. And here's one of our accidentally just pulled it down real quick. Let me go back to it here. Sorry, guys. Here is one of our oligarchs explaining. Oh, I got two clips here. I forget which one's which. One of them's why he shouldn't be taxed. Oh, this is one of our oligarchs talking about how amazing Donald Trump is.
Comparing him to his first term. Yep. And I think he is a more mature, more disciplined version of himself than he was in his first term. And, so he's, again, I've worked with all the presidents. I will work with all the presidents, and I hope to do that going forward if they'll have me. But we need our business leaders to provide input into the administration.
No, we fucking don't. No, Jeff, we fucking don't need your oligarch ass involved in our politics. In fact, you're the fucking problem. Corporate lobbying. Now, we also have the big problem of foreign lobbying, APAC. That's a huge problem. Corporate lobbying from shitheads like this guy is just as big as a problem, if not a bigger problem, than foreign lobbying. So no, Jeff, we don't need you involved in politics. You're the fucking problem in politics because you're buying off politicians through corporate lobbying. So no, guy, you need to go into the private sector and fuck off. That's what we need. We don't need you involved with the administration. No, we don't need our oligarchs involved in making political decisions. No, we fucking don't. That's not capitalism. That's a corporate oligarchy, and we're seeing it. Okay. Now, here's some congressmen crying about the fact that they don't make enough money. Excuse me. Excuse me. Jack Kimball says, Representative Jack Kimball says, just a friendly warning. We don't even make $200,000 per year in Congress. They make $187,000. So very close. And my God, oh God, $200,000 a year. What a terrible salary. Despite also, here he says, despite working nearly 140 days. Sorry, guys. Let me clear my throat here. This dude is complaining. First of all, the fact that congressmen only work 1/3 of the year should piss you off. This fucker is complaining that he only makes $200K for 140 days work. He's bitching about the fact he works 140 days a year for $200,000. Anybody out there? I mean, maybe a couple people are making $200,000 in 140 days work, but most people aren't. It says if we aren't properly compensated, a lot of us will go to the private sector, and you'll be left with some real idiots in Congress. Oh, okay. Yeah, God forbid. God forbid. All right. Let's keep it moving. Here's another great one. And I like this clip because, let's tie this back. I like this clip because it outlines exactly what I was talking about when this happened, which was, you guys remember when MAGA all got crazy happy and excited about all of those oil tankers that were coming to the United States to buy our oil. Do you guys remember that story? And who came out and did an entire episode on debunking that and how it's not going to happen and how it'll actually make gas prices worse. Oh, that's right. That was me. That was Nate. You guys remember that? You guys remember that when I did a whole story and expose on that? Well. This is just, I love this. Well, this woman was one of the women that was cheering this on. Well, let's just watch this.
Cannot be more clear that Americans are getting ripped off by these gas companies right now. We're getting squeezed at the pump. They're raking in nearly $3,000 every second. That's almost $37 million a day more than they made last year. Meanwhile, we got to choose if we're going to fill up our tank or put food on the table.
Hi, Miss Kathy. Well, it looks like the time has come for yet another "We Told You So." Because, Miss Kathy, do you remember when you and every other conservative on this app were so excited when Trump announced that 170 boats were headed to the United States to buy our sweet American oil? And back then, you guys were convinced that the reason Trump shut down the Strait of Hormuz was all some 4D chess move to force the rest of the world to start buying American oil. And you guys actually thought that this would make us rich. In fact, let's see what you had to say back then, Miss Kathy.
Countries from across the world are sending empty tankers to come and fill up their fuel here. I mean, we welcome it because that just means more revenues for us.
More revenues for us, right, Miss Kathy? I'm sorry you had to learn the hard way that you don't own an oil company, so it was never going to help you when other people sold oil. Anyway, Miss Kathy, I thought you should know that in this video, your makeup filter accidentally jumped onto Donald Trump's face in the background. Look at it. Look at how cute he looks with the makeup on.
Oh, that's just a hilarious roast there on the bottom. That's the last part. But who told you that? Who told you that's exactly what was going to happen? That no, a bunch of people coming and buying our oil, which they didn't do, and I told you they wouldn't do, wouldn't actually reduce gas prices. It would make them worse. Huh. That's right. I did an entire episode on that. Yeah, and you know what? I'm not. Here's the thing, guys. yes, I do. I have a high level of education on, macroeconomics, but I'm not the guru of this shit, right? Like, this is basics, which means who's running the country? The people running the country. Like, how are the people running the country not smarter or know macroeconomics better than a random dipshit like me? How is this possible? Right? How is this possible that we don't have anybody in charge that knows basics of anything when it comes to the economy? I don't get it. I don't understand. These aren't complicated things. But again, here's some more. On not understanding how fucking anything works. Here's Jesse Waters, the leader in genuine good news media right here.
Meanwhile, we just sold $8.5 billion in weapons to Gulf allies. So if the war cost $25 billion, we already made back a third. War cost too much. They said it was $25 billion. Well, guess what? We just sold $25 billion of weapons to our allies. So now it's a scratch, right?
You think the way Jesse Waters just...
he thinks that because who's we? We is Boeing and Northrop Grumman and fucking all the military industrial complex, Lockheed Martin. They sold $25 billion worth of weapons to foreign countries. No, that doesn't reduce the money that we have spent. The United States government spends $100 billion fighting Iran. And then we sell the military industrial complex another $25 billion to the Gulf states. No, that doesn't wipe off the $25 billion from what we spent. That is not how it works at all. And not only that, who's we? Who is we? Who's we? I keep seeing this. Who's we? We made back $25 billion? Is that us? Is that us in the chat? Did you guys get your check? Did you get your Lockheed Martin dividend check in the mail? Because I didn't. I didn't get a fucking cent. I'm not sure who we is that we keep talking about here, right? We are making this money. I don't know who we is. The oil companies are making this money. The military industrial complex companies are making this money. I don't think we're making that fucking money. I don't know who we is. Maybe we're just not in the club. Anyway, guys, that's just all right. We got a couple independent sections on this. One, this might offend some people. I don't really care on each side, but I saw this meme and I thought this is like literally just my politics, just wrapped up in one meme in a nutshell. So here's me. Here's Nate. And you got your retarded MAGA boomers over here calling me a stupid liberal. And then you got your retarded far leftist woke calling me a racist MAGA supporter. And then here's me saying, you're both fucking retarded. So that's my politics here in the middle. And the funny thing I like to say here is, you guys know that song, I forget how it goes, but the way I look at it now is I've got Zionists to my right, I've got communists to the left, and I'm just stuck here in the middle with you. That's kind of where I'm at in my politics, guys. Zionists to my right, communists to my left, and I'm just stuck here in the middle with you. Oh, no. He's brand new to the show. You voted for Trump. Now shut the fuck up. Unfortunately, I didn't, little cock boy. You little cuck boy. Nate didn't vote for Trump. Not any of the 3 times. Good try. Good try. You voted for Trump. No, I didn't. Not once. Good try, though, you little dipshit. Thought you had a banger there, didn't you? Okay. We got a couple good Andy Frisella. Yeah, that was one of the woke leftists. And again, guys, I got nothing wrong, nothing against progressive Democrats. I agree with a lot. It is the insane woke leftists on the left and the MAGA Zionists on the right. Okay, that's the big fucking problem on both. Big problem on both. All right, but yeah. Okay, here we go. Let's. We got a couple good Andy clips here, and then we'll hit some super chats before we jump into what Trump's got going on.
Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump's got going on. Trump
have a very few amount of people who are at the very, very, very top, who own all of the money in the world, who are literally enslaving the rest of the entire fucking world. This is no different than what you read about from hundreds of years ago when there was serfdom and there was peasants, and the peasants said, "Oh, sir, can I please have some porridge?" And they would get the porridge and be like, "This is the best porridge I've ever had." Like, you are fucking slaves, bro. And not only are you slaves to a corrupt government system that we live in, you're slaves to the rest of the fucking governments too, because we're the only country in the world that sends our money everywhere else.
Yep.
We have a
Yep. I love Andy's stuff because Andy is like me. Andy is constantly reaming on it's not left versus white, it's not black versus white, it's not Christian versus Muslim, it's we the people versus the power establishment, which is why I really like his approach to that. And here you go. Here's another example of that right here. Let me restart it. Yeah, buddy. Oh. Why is this? Hold on. Sorry, guys.
very few.
Hold on. Whoa, that was weird. Oh, I see. Okay, my bad. Now it's playing.
Some MAGA fucking person. And I'm not anything. Okay.
Yes.
I'm a fucking American. I'm a freedom first American. I care about the people of this country. I don't buy into this fake division or fucking identity politics or, the welfare state that's trying to be created. I'm not some
Yeah, there it is. I mean, I'm right there with him. Right there with him. I do get frustrated a little bit by both sides, and even my buddies that are I'm not MAGA, or my buddies that are on the left that are progressive. I do get frustrated because they are still so ingrained in this like left versus right fight, and it's like, dude, guys, you got to wake the fuck up. If you're a Democrat and you think Republicans are causing you all your problems, or if you're a Republican and you think the Democrats are causing you on your problems, you're so far behind. You're so far behind the curve. It's top versus bottom. It's not left versus right. We gotta now. Okay. There's differences between the left and right, of course, but guys, we predominantly, unless you're on like the extreme fringes, right? The extreme insane left or the extreme insane right, the 80% of us that fall in the middle of the spectrum, we agree on 80% plus. Like, if you actually sit down, I could take somebody that's a conservative America firster, sit them down with a progressive Democrat and have a conversation, and they would agree on 80+% of things if they care about America first. And so it's this whole, it's the entire purpose of the uniparty is to divide us, right? Because as long as they can keep us distracted with being angry at each other, then they can do whatever the fuck they want. That's why in Congress, they stoke this fake bullshit back and forth fighting. But when it comes to, I don't know, sending fucking $35 billion to our greatest ally, guess what? They all vote uniparty lockstep, right? Because again, the left versus right divide, it's completely fake. It's a complete facade, even in Congress. So it gets frustrating. It's like at some point, guys, we have to fucking, even my buddies who, it's just like, I'll see some of my buddies like America First conservatives too, not even MAGA. And then I'll see them ranting on all the fucking progressive Democrats. And I'm like, dude, what are you talking about, man? That's not who's wrecked the economy. Like, who wrecked the global economy? The fucking elite Zionists, homie. Like, that's who's in charge. So at some point we gotta wake up from that. You know what I mean? All right, we're gonna jump into the Donald Trump, Jesus, the Trump section of the show. Let's do a couple super chats first. Speaking of old, did you know that Chuck Grassley is third in line to the presidency? Wait, I thought it was Mike Johnson. What do you mean? No, that can't be right. Johnson's the Speaker of the House, right? So it's got to be Mike Johnson. Right? Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, it should be Johnson. Yeah, thought so. Okay, thank you though, bro. No more boomer presidents. I agree. Yeah, fuck God, that too. Magwell argued Trump's brain is so strong, even with cognitive decline, a miracle brain, so smooth, so impenetrable to blackmail and corruption. Best commander in chief, a beacon of strength. Yes, he is. Thank you, brother. Forget Walter Reed is 9 minutes away. DCVA hospital is 2 minutes away. Take him there. He's got a doctor in his fucking in the first floor. The doctor's office, guys. If you walk out of the situation room, you walk down the hall, you take a left. It's like 15 feet away. There's the doctor's office. So I didn't even have to go that far. Joe says, sorry, buddy. For the sake, we know Joe here, obviously. One of our mods. For the sake of conversation, I had a port installed because they were worried about collapsed veins. He is showing signs per Nate. Yeah. Yep. He's definitely got coronary heart disease. And obviously stroke and heart attack is what, comes right after those things. Pretty bad when you get frame hogged by Biden. All right, one more. We'll jump back in. Katie says the other sign is the swelling around his eyes, particularly under his eyes. It's called, I can't even read this, periorbital edema. Again, these medical terms are brutal. Not a good sign, means severe fluid overload. Katie, wild that you say this. This is exactly what my dad has following his coronary heart disease and his stroke. He actually has this. It's a severe fluid overload, and it almost killed him last year. And he takes medication that basically like floods his body, like produces way too much water and liquid. And he takes medication that like floods all of that liquid out of his body from his kidneys. So I do know what you're talking about. My dad actually has this too. And again, it is something that came from after a stroke. So that would make sense. All right, 2 more. We'll jump back in. Q-Can Secret Service stop Grim Reaper. I don't know. Maybe BB can. Hardway says Trump now more valuable as a martyr. Ooh, that's kind of scary than alive and alienating the world. Over Charlie, Daddy's coming home Memorial Day. Salute to my daddy, a badass 42-45 Pacific veteran. Shit, hell yeah. Wait, he's still alive? Trump have no memories like the nest of parasites. If your dad is a World War II veteran, that's fucking crazy, dude. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. If he's still alive. You said he's coming home, so I'm going to assume he is. That's awesome, man. They're getting old. There's not many left. Okay, let's jump back into it. Okay, there's some funny ones. First of all, this picture, I don't know if you guys saw this. This was when he got asked about attending his son's wedding. We'll talk about the picture here in a second. So he was asked, "Are you attending your son's wedding?" He says, "He'd like me to go. I'm going to try." I said, "This is not a good time for me. I have a thing called Iran and other things." He's a person I've known for a long time. This is a real quote. Donald Trump said about when he was asked about going to his son's wedding. "He'd like me to go. I'm going to try." I said, "This is not a good time for me. I have a thing called Iran." He's a person I've known for a long time. Sounds like a great dad there. Great dad. And then also, why is there a pregnant dude right here? Like, this dude is 9 months pregnant. Who put this pregnant man behind Donald Trump? We couldn't have moved him to the the far side there for that picture, for this photo op. Jesus Christ. Okay, another funny one. I keep telling you guys all the time Donald Trump is 5'10". People get mad at me when I say it. Well, here's Harrison Butler, who's actually 6'4", and he is 5 inches taller than Donald Trump. And here is 6'3" Donald Trump standing next to 5'11" Xi Jinping, and they're the same height. Also, Donald Trump wears enhanced platforms in his shoes. So, David Parkman says, last year, Trump's perfect health report listed him at 6'3", 224 pounds. Again, that would make Donald Trump my height and less weight than me. Maybe. But at my height, I'm in pretty good shape. And he still weighs less than me. I don't know about that one. It's a tough sell. If you haven't seen this clip, It's literally insane, but let's watch it.
Got to stop with the anti-Semitism, man. There's no proof that Trump is compromised by Israel. There's just no proof of it. In other news, this is totally normal stuff. Take a listen.
I'm right now at 99% in Israel. I could run for prime minister. So maybe after I do this, I'll go to Israel, run for prime minister. I had a poll this morning. I'm 99%. So that's good. But
a 99% approval rating, and he's proud of it. He's proud of it. And take Israel out of the equation. Has nothing to do with Israel. Replace Israel with China. Imagine if China had a 99% approval rating of Trump. What would you say?
Yeah, he's bragging that he's got a 99% approval rating. I think he should go. I think he should do it. Just do it, bro. Go be PM. Go be prime minister of them. Fucking take him, dude. Take him. You can have him. You can have him. He can replace Bibi, huh? Let's keep moving. Just more crazy shit that he said this week.
I'm the smartest guy you're ever going to meet. And don't you want to have a smart person as president? Yeah, you want to have a smart person. In fact, I took the cognitive test. I'm the only one.
He's talking about a dementia test, by the way.
You know, they called me originally, they said, he's brilliant. He wants to take over the entire country. Then they said, no. He wants the world. He doesn't want the country. That's why he's in Iran.
This was 4 days ago, by the way.
That's why he's in. Hey, by the way, how did we do in Venezuela? Not bad. That's why he's in. You know, we've taken out so much oil in Venezuela, we paid for the cost of the war about 25
We've taken zero oil out of Venezuela, by the way.
times over. When did you hear that last? You know, it's a one-way street. But no, the doctor, I said, doctor, let me ask you a question. They called me genius, and that didn't work. Then they said he's totally brilliant. He's a vicious dictator who wants to take over. That didn't work. And then they called me this, and then they said, they hit me with a bad one. He's a dumb person, D-U-M. Not the B.
Then he gets into his rant about Democrats and how they're dumb, but you got to drop the B. If you guys didn't know that the word B or the word dumb doesn't actually have the letter B in it, that dude's the president of the United States. He's the president of the United States. So there's that. Take that for what you will. And is he ever going to leave? Well, probably not.
Take a look at the complexity. These are all different rooms down here. They're building a hospital. It's a military hospital. They're building all
Talking about his bunker, by the way.
sorts of research facilities, also meeting rooms and rooms that go hand in hand for the military using the ballroom. And the ballroom is really a shield and protecting all of the things that are built here. This goes, as you see, it's already up to the ground. This goes down very deep. You get a better view right over here. This is down because we've already done these floors. But these are already down 2 floors. That is down about 6 stories deep.
6 stories deep. I don't think he's leaving office, ladies and gentlemen. And again, you guys know, a year ago, for those of you who've been around, we talked about stuff like this. I would say, now, look, we fucking don't support him. We don't like what he's doing. But he's not gonna try to stay in office. He's not gonna try to run for a 3rd term. Bro, I don't think he's got any. I don't think he's gonna leave, dude. I think he's gonna bury himself in that bunker. And I think, guys, if you haven't watched this show, I love this show. The Necessary Conversation. Great show, by the way. So make sure you go check this show out if you haven't. It's a family, 2, I would say liberal, I would say progressive kids with their 2 MAGA boomer parents, and they actually have a podcast where they discuss topics. Great show, by the way. But they talked about exactly that on this.
I think when his presidency is up, he's going in that bunker and he's going to be like, come and get me, motherfucker. And I think another topic I wanted to address with you is the slush fund, the $1.8 billion slush fund that just got set up. That's our money, taxpayer money, that he's going to essentially use to privately fund his own militia.
Right.
He's going to give it to the January 6th rioters, and he's going to say, hey, you want another $1 million? Let's do the fight. Come to Washington, D.C., protect my bunker. That, I think, is going to happen. I think it's literally the strategy he's setting up.
Oh, Jesus. I mean, I hope you're wrong. But if you're right, like, I'd like to think that, you know, he has to set up his own privatized military.
See, this is where I'm going to disagree with him. They mentioned this, right? He's got to set it up his own privatized military. I don't think so. I'll give my opinion on that in a second.
Because our actual military will not go along with this shit. At least that's the hope.
But they kind of are. They're currently waging an illegal war in Iran that Congress never gave any approval for.
Right.
And they're killing people. They're dropping bombs on schools.
Yeah.
I think
so. The idea of the military, and I hate to say this as someone who loves the military and retired military person myself, the idea that the military will stop Donald Trump from doing that, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And why? Because Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth are going to purge every single fucking general that has any dissent to them by the time they get to 2028. And they will have all loyalists in place. Yep. And so, no, the military is not going to stand up to Trump. I hate to say that. I know it's going to be disappointing for a lot of people to hear me say that. But no, the military will not stand up to Donald Trump. It's not going to happen. It's not. And they've tried. And my point is with this is they've tried. They've already tried. And we've already fired 25 of our top fucking leading military personnel or generals. We're just purging the shit out. All of them who have stood up to Donald Trump have been fired. Right? So again, don't get me wrong. The military has tried. The Pentagon has tried. Our top generals have tried. They have tried to stand up for him, and they have all been purged and fired. 24 of them have been fired. 4-star generals and below. We're wiping them all out and just installing fucking Trump loyalists behind, right? And so, you know, again, I'd like to think that they would, and maybe they would, but again, it's going to be tough 2 years from now when you've put in, you know, when you start to put in all your leadership, top to bottom, fire all the people that are going to stand up to you, which they're doing. It's getting scary. It's getting scary, right? Getting scary. All right, we showed this one last week, but just insane shit. Just posting this shit on True Social. As if he's going to attack a country with 55,000 people. He also said this week. He said if Jesus Christ came down to count the votes, I would have won California. Okay. Sweet dude. Here also, when we asked earlier, do we think the White House shooting was fake? Well, this was Donald Trump's immediate response to the shots fired at the White House. Let's take a look at this. Thank you to our great Secret Service and law enforcement for the swift and professional action taken this evening against a gunman near the White House who had a violent history and possible obsession with our country's most cherished structure. The gunman is unalived after an exchange with gunfire Secret Service agents near the White House. This event is 1 month removed from the White House Boris Johnson snare shooting and goes to show how important it is for all future presidents to get what will be the most safe and secure space of its kind ever built in Washington, D.C. The national security demands it. Yes, the ballroom. So immediately after those shots were fired, what did Donald Trump come out and say? This is why we need a ballroom. This is why we need a ballroom immediately. Like they can't help themselves, right? That was the very first thing he came out to say. All right, as we're moving through here, what has JD Vance been up to, huh? JD, what have you been up to?
Talk about bridging the divide. I mean, one thing that happened, it hits, not quite literally close to home, but there was a very terrible shooting that happened today at a Muslim community center. It seems like 3 people are dead, plus the shooters. And, that community center is actually very close to this restaurant that Usha and I go to every time we visit. Her family lives in San Diego. She was born and raised in San Diego. Every time We go to San Diego. We go to this restaurant that is like maybe a 5-minute drive from this community center. And I found out about it actually on my way to the White House this morning. And I texted her, I said, would you have known anybody who was like involved in this? And she said, absolutely. I would have known some people, or at least their parents, who might have actually used the services at this community center. I don't know a single person who would say anything other than what I'm about to say, which is that type of violence in the United States of America is reprehensible. And I encourage every single American to pray for everybody who was involved and affected by it. We don't want that to happen in our country, and may God rest the souls of the people who lost their lives. The principle of religious violence is particularly disgusting, especially in the United States of America. And as a devout Christian, I would say it's one of the most anti-Christian things and anti-American things that you could do. And here's why. One, because...
Okay, so actually, not a bad take. My biggest problem with this is, where was all the calls of domestic terrorism? Not a single word. Not a single word. It was a shooting. Now, had that been an attack on a synagogue instead of a mosque, how would that have been framed? How would that story have been framed in the United States by J.D. Vance? That would have been a very, very, very different way he would approach that. It would have been these just evil Islamic terrorists, yada, yada, yada. But that's not how it was framed, right? We denounce any religious and political violence. No, see, this is the way it always is, right? It's always framed as terroristic intent when it's against one group of people, and when it's against Muslims, it's just, it's an unfortunate shooting. That's how they all are. Again, I could show you what the shit Laura Loomer was saying about it. I didn't have that pulled up. But he also had this to say, which is, we'll talk about
it. I find, just here on this point, one of the interesting things about the American media is there is a fascination. If you go to any American law school, there are these, prisoner rights clinic. There are people who objectively committed heinous crimes, but the American media and the American Legal Academy has decided that even though they committed bad crimes, their sentence was disproportionate. They were mistreated in some way. You know who never, ever gets an ounce of sympathy when it comes to that disproportionate sentencing is people who voted for Donald Trump and participated in the January 6th protest. And
He's saying people who participated in the January 6th protest don't get enough sympathy. They don't give enough sympathy. Here's the thing. Do I think that was an insurrection? No, I don't. I think it was a bunch of fucking idiots who stormed the Capitol for an hour and then left. Okay. I will say this, however. It's called FAFO. Fuck around, find out. If you decide that you're going to storm the Capitol and go into Nancy Pelosi's office and steal shit out of her office, and you're shocked when you get arrested for that later, sorry, there's no sympathy. I don't have any sympathy for you. That's called fuck around and find out. If you want to go do some stupid shit, okay. I don't think it was that big of a deal. I don't like January 6th to me. Not a single politician was killed. Right? That's not what I know what real insurrection is. As a Green Beret, I know what a real insurrection is. I know what that means. That's not what we saw. However, all those fucking people that involved, you're fucking idiots. You decided to fucking storm the Capitol. You got arrested. Sorry, dude. I don't have any sympathy for you. I don't. Right? I mean, don't do dumb shit. Right? That's the way it goes. So, do I think that they're the worst fucking people ever? No. Do I think it was that big of a deal? No. Do I feel sorry for them? They got in trouble for it? No, I don't. I'm sorry. I don't feel sympathy for anybody who goes down to, riots. It's the way it goes. So again, I don't think I don't think January 6th is that big of a deal. I don't. No, I'm not somebody on the left that thinks it's, oh my God, insurrection. I don't think that. But I also don't have sympathy for the people that got arrested for doing dumb shit and fucking breaking windows and going into offices and stealing shit. It is what it is, right? But on top of that, the dude has zero charisma charisma. And as we've talked about before, I told you guys, he's going to fucking drop out of the race. He's not going to run. I keep telling you guys that. And more of these are starting to pop up. This was yesterday. J.D. Vance, considering abandoning 2028 presidential race per the Daily Mail. I don't think he's going to make it to the end. I don't think J.D. Vance is even going to run for president. We could do a poll on that. He's got zero path to victory. The left hates him. The conservative right hates him. Even Donald Trump hates him. A lot of MAGA doesn't like him. I don't know. Come on, let's fucking go. All right, I can't get the poll up right now. We'll do it in a second. I'm waiting for that to refresh. Okay, well, I'll wait for that to refresh. A couple more, and then we'll do the poll. The fact that this is, guys, is this not an SNL skit? Let's take a look. This is an SNL skit. I'm sorry, this can't be real, but it is.
We've got the start of the Warsh Fed. Kevin was confirmed last night. Only one Democrat, John Fetterman from Pennsylvania, voted for him. Just shows the dysfunction of the Democratic Party. He got a 99 voice vote when he was a governor last time. And
first of all, why is he so sweaty? Why is he so sweaty? What is happening? Doesn't this look like an SNL skit where they like pour sweat down their face?
I think that he's going to bring an open mind to this. And I actually think he's going to be in a very good position because we may get a series 1, 2 more hot inflation numbers, but then I think we're going to see substantial disinflation.
All right, let's get this poll.
We've got the start of the Warsh Fed.
Okay, anyway, just bizarre. Final one here. I don't know about how you guys feel about Nancy Mace. I fucking can't stand her. I think she's the biggest fraud in Congress. She LARPs as a conservative America Firster. She's 100% not. And she got fucking wrecked by Dan Bilzerian here on this. She posts, America first, not Somalia. She got wrecked by Nick Fuentes on this one too. Not Somalia, not India, not China, not anywhere else. And then Dan Bilzerian responds, you just couldn't type Israel, could you? You fucking fraud. Nick Fuentes also left her a comment on this, and he said, I think you forgot one in that list. But yes, she is a fucking LARPer. Nancy Mace is 100% not America first. She's a Zionist. Don't let them trick you. Don't let them trick you. They're trying to get tricky, guys. They are trying to get tricky with how they approach things. Do we got the poll up? Polls up. Okay, polls up. But don't let them trick you. All right, let's move into this is the good section. Okay, the good section of America Firsters. We like to do this, right? We got the this is our influencer section. Good takes from actual America Firsters, and then we got the bad takes from all the shills. All right, bad takes from all the shills. Let's do we're gonna of course start out with a Tim Dillon clip, but for comedy. But let's do a couple super chats, and we'll get into the America Firsters and some of their good takes this week. Bobby says he reminds me of my grandmother who went through Sundowner's syndrome. You're talking about Trump? Yes, me as well, Bobby. That's literally where I take a lot of context from. Is or my grandma, but our grandma and our family had dementia as well, and all the same shit. All of the same shit I see out of Trump. I saw in her, I see in Trump. Swollen ankles equals right side congestive heart failure. Yep. Blood isn't effectively returned to the heart, so fluid collects in the lower limbs. He's probably on at least furosemide and other diuretics. Yep. My dad has this exact same thing. Gobertron says the rest of us get a retirement age. Politicians should too. At 79, hand in the taxpayer-funded chair, go argue with the TV like everyone else who's retired at 67. I agree with you. We got to have those upper age limits put on for sure. Thank you, brother. Donna says, if a doctor said he was declining, he would fire him. True. Call him a Democrat, low IQ, worst doctor ever, and then get a doctor his donors appointed. Facts. Yep. Also, keep in mind, the White House hires the doctor, right? So it's Trump's personal doctor. You guys got to understand the way it works. Trump brings his doctor with him. He doesn't show up, and then there's just like a White House doctor that maybe is like an Obama-era doctor. That's not how it works. Donald Trump brings his own doctor with him when he becomes president. Every president does, so you know. So, yeah, he's got a loyalist, of course. He's Trump. I live in Maine. Attack ads against Graham. Actually, I just literally talked to Graham right before we got on the show. He's getting wrecked. Slam for coming on your show and call you a Holocaust denier. I have never once have I even talked about the Holocaust on my show. What's up with that? They did a huge hit piece on me and Graham before. I mean, it is what it is. He's getting attacked by. He's a communist. He's a Nazi. Like, dude, that it's very, very obvious. He's just like Thomas Massey. They are terrified of him. But yeah, he's taken every time I scroll. Graham's taken some type of different hit piece from somebody. And so, but he's still way ahead. He's way ahead. So he's crushing. It's not working. The hit pieces are not working on him for whatever reason. Why? They're just rolling off his back like water, which is good to see. Show us how to do a crisp salute. A crisp salute. Man, well, I can't. Hard to do it when I'm sitting down, but a crisp salute. That's a crisp salute right there. All right. How do you do it? Keep those hands here, right? All right, and then you come straight here. That's a crisp salute right there. All right. That was a random one. I haven't saluted since I retired. I literally haven't saluted since I retired. That's wild. That's wild. What ticket do you think people would go for? President Graham Plattner, Bernie Sanders, VP, or Thomas Massey, Rand Paul? Well, I mean, you got a Democrat ticket and a Republican ticket. Well, that's kind of a libertarian ticket, but I don't know. I would be fine. Like if here's the thing, Frank. If these were our options in 2028, right? If it was Thomas Massey, I don't like Rand Paul, so I would say let's get somebody else in there. I think Rand Paul's a fraud. Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, versus a Graham Plattner and Bernie Sanders, or Bernie Sanders and Graham Plattner. I'm like happy. I'm like, we could have done a lot worse. If those are our two options in a head-to-head, we got lucky, and America might actually get a pretty decent president and vice president at that point. So I would be fine. I would be amazed with that runoff. You know what I mean? That'd be great. You know, worst case scenario, we get, but I mean, either side I'm fine with. So Bernie's too old. I agree. But my point is, like, if we got all America firsters against each other, America first left versus America first right, we'd be crushing. We'd be crushing, guys. That would be great. All right, a couple more. Nate won't say boycott the White House UFC match, but I will. No, I'm telling you guys, I am boycotting it. But what I don't ever use my platform to do is to tell you guys what to do. You know that. I'm not going to tell you to go boycott something or tell you to unfollow someone or unsubscribe or don't watch this person. I'm not going to do that. I'm not here to do that. Me personally, I personally will be boycotting it. So I agree with you on that. Take that for what you will. Uncle BB will keep Trump alive. Yeah, that's true. Brother, thanks for continuing to keep it real and remaining on the side of truth. May God keep you on the side of good and righteous and continue to elevate your voice. Amen. Thank you, man. I appreciate the kind words. Okay, let's jump back into the show. All right, we're going to do good takes from America First. Good takes in America First. What's been going on? Of course, I mean, you can always get good takes from Tim Dillon, baby. I'm one of my absolute favorites. Here we go.
Whether people love him or hate him or don't even care about him, he's incredibly televisual. He's incredibly eloquent, fast-talking, inspirational to many people.
Yeah.
Is it unthinkable that someone like him could become the new face of the Republican Party?
Certainly not. I don't think it's unthinkable. I think it would really depend on if the country was going to give any Republican a shot at.
Yeah.
I think Trump's damaged the Republican brand in the near future for years to come. If the Democrats don't screw it up, which they can.
It's always in their locker.
It's always in. They can always screw it up.
And I don't see the thing is, I keep saying to people, I don't see who the new Clinton, Obama, that kind of left of center, appealing, charismatic, smart, politically savvy person
exists.
Where is that person on the Democrats?
They need to not pop their head up, because if they pop their head up right now, they're going to get attacked.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, for the next 2 years, they need to stay wisely quiet up until the moment when they have to announce.
That's actually like
Carlson, whether people love him or
actually
hate
not
him.
really a comedy clip from Tim Dillon, but also very, very smart. And I think he's got a great point there. yeah, if you are a candidate right now that hasn't let us know that you're running, why would you? Why set yourself out there to start getting attacked and start getting hit pieces done on you? You might as well wait to the last minute. And so what I'm hoping is that we actually see some interesting candidates pop up as we get once like the actual race starts after the midterms, and like people start entering and the debate starts coming around the corner, that we actually get some interesting candidates who show up. But yeah, if you're Tucker Carlson, if you're Thomas Massey, any of these candidates, like why would you announce that right now? But I also do like what he said, that Tucker Carlson could absolutely become the face of the Republican Party. But what Tim said there is, if the country even has an appetite for any Republican in 2028. And I think that's going to be a stretch. I don't see a Republican winning in 2028. I don't. Not after this shit show. I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think it's going to matter who it is. Even Tucker Carlson, even Thomas Massey. I maybe a Thomas Massey figure as a libertarian, but I don't see it, guys. I don't see the Republican Party having any shot to win in 2028 at the moment, right? At the moment. But who knows? We're still 2 years away. Let's see. We could probably do a poll on that, right? Let's say we're just going to say 2028 president. This is actually a little bit easier for a poll because it's not candidates. This is just strictly which party do you think is most likely going to win in 2028, right? Could be anybody on either side. All right. Really like this clip from Owen Schroyer talking about MAGA here.
I've been a MAGA season ticket holder since 2015. I've gone through the good and the bad. I've gone through it all in 10 years as a Trump supporter. And I noticed that the people now who are telling me, a season ticket holder since 2015, I noticed the people telling me to sit down and to shut up. You guys just started attending games in 2024. You guys just started attending games recently. You haven't been here since the beginning. So sorry if I don't really care too much about your opinion. Sorry if I'm not going to sit here and be gaslit by the fair weather fan who just showed up last year when I've been sitting here as a season ticket holder for 10 years. And so if you can understand this, you might understand why the MAGA divide is happening. If you can grasp this, you might understand why it's so illogical and incomprehensible for us for you to be sitting here cheering on what's going on and not addressing what's not going on when these are glaring issues. I've stuck with this movement through the good and the bad, the best and the worst. So sorry if the fair weather fans trying to critique us that have been here since 2015 aren't sitting down, aren't shutting up, and aren't going to take your bullying lightly. So get used to it. We're fighters.
He's talking about the Lindsey Grahams, the Ted Cruzes, the Ben Shapiros, all these MAGA fucking cucks that are trying to basically, as parasites, steal the conservative movement. Obviously, the conservative movement is not MAGA anymore. That's why people like Owen Schroyer have abandoned Donald Trump. But again, it's interesting that you see all of these never Trumper neocons who are now the face of MAGA, telling us conservatives that we're not conservative, because we don't support Donald Trump. Yeah, we don't support Donald Trump because he's a fucking disaster. He's a disaster, right? He was the one that he's a traitor, not us. The Americans aren't the traitors. That dude's a traitor. This clip is absolutely hilarious. I don't know if you guys know who Matan is. I think he's fucking hilarious. This kid, he went to a MAGA rally and they thought he was MAGA, and he just spent the entire time roasting them passive aggressively without them even realize he was there to make fun of them. Let's take a watch.
Firstly, I just want to thank Trump for releasing the Epstein files. Unfortunately, they were only given to DC Drano and libs of TikTok.
The fact that he's trolling them and they don't notice is crazy.
You know, these stupid liberals, they hate AI because they think it's going to take their job, whereas us conservatives, we love AI because it helps us do basic math.
Bro,
you know, looking around
this
this room, I'm just picking this up, but nobody here looks young. You all look about 35. But that makes sense because with just a $10,000 purchase, you can become a lifetime member. That sounds like a load of bullshit. That guy looks like he's about 80. Maybe the club should be called the weird 35-year-old guys who think they are young but actually smell like shit. Firstly, I just want to thank Trump for releasing the Epstein files.
I don't know how they let him get up there. I kept thinking that he was actually pro-MAGA. And then he just roasted him the entire time. I've got another clip from him here in a bit. He's a super funny kid. But anyway, all right, let's look at some other ones right here. This is, I believe, calls for Thomas Massie to run.
Here in March for an event that...
Wait, this is the same girl. This is the same girl that's got the one that we said's got the survival instincts of a potato. That's her. I didn't even realize. There she is again.
The president held in Kentucky, and he introduced Galrain to voters. He was a political unknown, and the president said, I asked for a warm body. Give me a warm body that could beat Massie. And it appears tonight, as I'm standing in a sea of Massie supporters, some of them a little bit disappointed, coming in where they were getting an open bar.
Warm body is a great way to describe Galrain. Sock puppet is what I call him.
Free food, trying to enjoy some semblance of their night, now paying attention to the screens posted up around this room, essentially showing Massie underwater here. And certainly they are not going to be happy. But already we are seeing calls for Massie to stay in the fight, maybe run for president, to stay relevant somehow. Because as Steve has been saying, this is not your traditional Republican area. There are a lot of libertarians here, a lot of independent voters. This is really...
That's the big problem. That was kind of the big problem for Massie, is that independents can vote in the Republican primary, and he carries basically 98% of the independent vote, right? That was a big problem for him. I love this. I don't know if you guys have seen this one. I've seen this one all over the internet since. Says, so let me get this straight. It was revealed that the United States ruling class is full of child, PDFs, and the reaction of the American people wasn't to immediately revolt, but was to vote out Thomas Massie, the one guy who helped expose the scandal. America's cooked. Yeah, if you actually think about that, it is actually what happened. It's pretty rough. Pretty rough. Okay, here's just another one I saw. Casey, she, her, she thought this was going to be an insult. She says, just a reminder that this exists. Here's Thomas Massie with his entire family, all just rocking hella weapons, dude. I think that was Massie, guys. That 240 Bravo. This is like, this is not an insult for me. This is like a great family photo. I love to see it. Your entire family, if that was supposed to be an insult, it's not quite there. All right, we got one from Nick, as he went scorched earth about this as well.
All these pro-Israel Republicans that are doing their little victory lap today. I saw Stephen Chung say, fuck around and find out. That's what happens when you mess with the president. All these people celebrating today. I am going to make it my sole mission to take those words from tonight and shove them up their fucking ass in the midterms.
Okay.
Congratulations. You have an empire of dirt. Congratulations. Trump still has influence with his Jewish money over the Republican primary in Kentucky. Congratulations. I hope that goes well for you in the rest of those races in the midterms. Now you are begging for it. You celebrated the defeat of the one congressman that actually cared about keeping the promises, about no new wars, about disclosure on the Epstein files. 30% approval. You are the most unpopular president in history. There has never been a more stark betrayal of a political movement in recent memory. You're celebrating and participated in, an accomplice in, the defeat of the only congressman that was popular, that was true ideologically to the origins of the movement. All these.
That's cooking, dude. I know everybody, that a lot of people don't like Nick, but there are times when Nick cooks, and he 100% cooked right there. 100%. Now, it's going to be interesting, and I think Nick brings up a good point there about this may have been short-sighted by the Republican Party to oust Massey the way they did, because now going into the midterms, you've got 15 to 20% of the Republican Party, people like me. Well, I'm not in the Republican Party as an independent, but independents and Republicans, conservative independents and conservative libertarians, who will now sit out of the election, or they will rage vote Democrat. 20% whopped right off the top. And if you think in the general elections, this is the thing you're seeing Republicans brag about now. Oh, Republicans won all the Republican primaries. You're going to see that all the time. Yeah, well, I mean, that's how a Republican fucking primary works. Trump was 35-0 in Republican primaries. Yeah, because they're Republican primaries. The general elections are going to be a lot different. And the fact that you've literally pissed off the entire conservative, libertarian, America First, whatever you want to call it, sect, I think it's going to be a pretty big backfire for them. Because again, me, I'm not voting. I won't vote for a Republican. 0% chance. There's not a single Republican I'll vote for. Out of spite because of Thomas Massey. Again, that doesn't mean I'm going to vote for Democrats as an independent, but there might be. There might be some. There are Democrats that I may vote for. I'm not going to I'll never tell you guys who to vote for. I don't use my channel that way. But I can promise you, I refuse to vote for any Republicans after what they did to Thomas Massey. Refuse. Not in 2026, not in 2028. It's not going to happen. Unless it's Thomas Massey. Right? If we get to the presidential election and it's Thomas Massey or a Thomas Massey endorsed candidate, then I will. But there's not a single Republican I will vote for in the next 2.5 years. I refuse. I won't do it. Not after what you did to Thomas Massey. Yeah. Someone said, I'm a Fed. Yeah. I'd make a really good Fed, right? The guy who just literally constantly talks shit about the government and the administration and Kash Patel and all the federal government. Yeah. I wish they would pay me, guys. Guys, I'll tell you this. If the federal government would pay me money to shit on the federal government, I would take it because I'm already doing it. But I can promise you, unfortunately, the government ain't paying me to shit on the government, unfortunately. I wish they would, but it ain't happening. Okay, a little bit of culture. Oh, no, wait, we didn't get that far yet. Let me get back here. Oh, here's a clip from Matan with John Kirkrow. This is like the wildest podcast link up ever if you haven't seen Matan's show, but John Kirkrow on.
To kill yourself? Not myself. So it seems like you want to live in this world.
Yeah, I like
you see that trick there. That
you did.
game?
That was very clever. That was very clever. Yes, I may kill somebody else, but not myself.
Is that a threat of violence to the president?
No, no. Absolutely not.
That's what it sounded like. It's
no,
the president?
No, not at all. No.
That's very illegal. Are you going to kill yourself?
Oh, he's super funny, man. He's super funny. Okay, here's sorry. Yeah, we got an Uncle Alex meme. It says how it feels to watch a foreign nation buy a congressional seat in real time and call it patriotism.
God damn them! God damn them! God damn them! God fucking damn them to hell! God, not me showing you. You think I like seeing this crap? You think it doesn't piss me off? God damn them! God damn them!
That's how we all felt. That's how we all felt watching them hose Thomas Massey. Okay, now watch this. Look at this shit. Oh, our buddy JP railed this one, but Jack Prosobiak is one of the biggest cucks out there. Says when this was about the Iran deal yesterday. The video that I did the video on. Of course, he rushed to the internet. And what do you have to say? When this deal is set in 60 days, this will lock in President Trump for the 2026 Nobel Peace Prize. Okay. And then JP says, for stopping a war that he started, that'd be like Gates setting up the Nobel. That'd be like Gates getting the Nobel Peace Prize in medicine for a vaccine that targets the virus that he created. Yeah, pretty much. How do they live with themselves? Like, how does he get on Twitter? This fucking idiot. How does he get on Twitter after we've seen the obvious bullshit peace deal fall through 800 times already? How does he immediately rush to Twitter and say some shit like this? How do they do it, guys? Like, Here's another one. This is another one of the biggest cucks out there. Davis Harris literally posted this. They want also, let's talk about this here in a second. They want Trump dead because he's doing God's work. Let's go to his comment section. I love going to this dude's comment section because it's the funniest shit ever. Top comment: hiding the Epstein list is God's work? ? David is 100% getting money from Israel. Explain to us how we're 5 years old. How is he doing God's work? Is God behind him in that picture? Also, why is there a picture of a fucking demon right here? Did you guys notice that? Why are you posting this picture as a good thing with a fucking demon standing behind him? What? What is wrong with these people, dude? Like these cucks, dude. I don't what is wrong with this, dude? Like he's got to get Trump's ballroom tattooed on his fucking chin. Like right there across the chin, dude. Trump's ballroom. I don't get it. How can you be such a cuck for a politician? On either side. These are politicians. Oh my God. Okay. Oh boy. All right. Now we're getting into some rough ones here. All right, let me get over here. All right. This is a great new hat, though, I saw. I was thinking about picking one of these hats up. The new MAGA hat, right? Here's your new hat. You earned it. MAGA, molesting and grooming adolescents. Oh, as it says, wear it proudly. Yeah, I think this is pretty much perfect. This is pretty much what their party is at this point. I don't really know who's left, but yeah, that's pretty much it. You know what I mean? I don't know what else is going on for them. And here's another one. As it says here, I don't even know what MAGA is anymore. No mass deportations, rising gas prices, inflation, the American dream is dead, war with Iran, more debt, Israel first, 500,000 Chinese students, data centers, allowing China to buy our fine line, attacking patriots like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey. Yes, this is MAGA. Whatever MAGA is, I don't know. I don't even know what they are anymore. Well, they're this. Also, you have Erica Kirk, which if I was Spencer Pratt, I would be furious about this. Erica Kirk endorses Spencer Pratt for mayor, says he's authentically American. And the very first top comment says, well, that endorsement should tank his campaign. Yeah, so I guess I would never vote for this guy if I was in California. That's a rough endorsement, huh? That is a rough endorsement. If you're yeah, that's a rough endorsement if you're Spencer, huh? We know he loves Israel, though. Okay. Here's another one. Oh, one of the most disgusting things you're going to ever fucking see. And that is TPUSA on Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel explaining how Charlie Kirk would not support Thomas Massey.
On that.
I got so many thoughts. It's interesting, David. I've been accused. I think the organization's been accused. Erica's been accused of betraying Charlie.
Yeah. You have been. I've said that 1,000 times on my channel. You 100% have betrayed Charlie. Thank you. At least he recognizes that.
By not coming out and endorsing one way or the other and not being more involved in that race. I will tell you, and I haven't said this publicly, but and I know this isn't necessarily a question, but it's an opportunity to address it. But You know, after the one big beautiful bill vote, you know, and I want to respect Charlie's privacy as well. It's always the tension in all of this. You know, there's private conversations. Charlie was a fan of Thomas Massey, especially historically, liked him on war, liked him on being a budget hawk and spending. But he was pretty frustrated that
you are a fucking liar. This guy is a fucking little demon.
Massey didn't vote on in the affirmative on the big beautiful bill because it was essentially the totality of President Trump's first year agenda wrapped into one bill. And I will just say privately, Charlie was really, really frustrated.
Yeah, I think you are a fucking liar. You are a disgusting piece of shit fucking liar. How dare you? We have all seen Charlie Kirk multiple times come out and say Thomas Massey was his ultimate favorite congressman. Out of his fucking words, his mouth himself. Charlie Kirk has made that very, very, very clear. And now Andrew Colvett is trying to say, oh, well, in private, what you guys didn't know is Charlie actually didn't like Massey and he wouldn't have supported him. Fuck you. You lying piece of shit. And we know this guy is a lying piece of shit. We know his track record. Remember the Charlie Kirk steel neck, right? That was Andrew Colvett. You're a disgusting piece of shit. Get off his YouTube channel. Get off his YouTube channel. And now they're rewriting. They're like trying to rewrite his legacy and the way he felt. I could not imagine my friends. If I were to get taken out like that, if JD DeLay, Jesse on Fire came out on my platform and started talking about how, which they would never do. Well, you guys don't understand that in private, Nate was actually very pro our greatest ally. And you guys just don't understand. Like, how fucking dare you, dude? These people are so gross. And they've done it on so many different things that we know. Like just trying to rewrite the things that he believed in. And it's like, dude, fuck you, man. Horrible people, horrible friends. They're not even friends. They're just rats, little fucking parasites, man. He's a little fucking rat. Both of them. Like the little bald racist and Alex Colvett or whatever the fuck his name is. 9 months later, I still can never remember his name because he's so milquetoast, right? He's got the personality of a fucking wet paper towel. But that's why their channel's dead. That's why TPUSA is completely done. So there's that. Here's this one. Talked about this before. Talk about another little rat. Nick Shirley. Yes, Nick Shirley, who I thought originally when he did his first stuff, hey, he was out there actually trying to expose fraud and do a good job. No, it fucking turned out he's just a little shill for the administration. As he's literally posing here with Howard Lutnick. This is Howard Lutnick's official page. It's time to stop rampant fraud once and for all. Thanks to Nick Shirley for exposing the issue and bringing it directly to the American people. Yes, Epstein's best friend and Nick Shirley hanging out together. So, wow. What a fucking waste. What a fucking waste you are, Nick Shirley. And, man, I've been at protests where he's been at. And, I don't know, seemed like a nice kid. But, yeah, I mean, hanging out with Howard Lutnick, bro. Yeah, he's a fucking waste now. That's what. Yeah, he does. He's dumb as shit. And if you haven't watched his interviews and actually talked to him, he's one of the dumbest kids I've ever met. And I'm not trying to like say that inflammatory. I'm saying objectively, like IQ wise, like speaking, he's one of the dumbest people I've ever met. Like not like the low IQ Trump kind. Like you talk to him and you're like, holy shit, like you're fucking slow, bro, slow. Really, like he can barely talk. So again, I mean, you're hanging out with Howard Lutnick, you're faking fucking being held hostage in Cuba, so that way the Trump administration have a reason to invade Cuba. Yeah, what a waste, huh? What a waste. I thought he had a lot of potential. And yeah, no, he's super, super dumb, super dumb. But what a waste, man. He could have been a great force for good. And instead he decided to buddy up with Trump and Howard Lutnick. So there's that. Okay, a little culture war stuff. We saw this, the roast of Kevin Hart. We saw some hilarious jokes from both Kill Tony and Shane Gillis, making fun of Chelsea Handler for being a Zionist who hung out with Epstein. Here was her response recently.
What were they going to say about me? They couldn't say anything other than that I'm a whore or my age.
Didn't call you a whore. They called you a Zionist that hangs out with Epstein.
I think that was the other thing that they went in. And you're like, well, okay. Those aren't jokes. That's not clever writing. And I knew they would be lazy.
Their jokes were super funny about her, by the way.
Because they do that for a living. And I knew enough about like Tony Hinchcliffe and Shane and their backgrounds. I had ex-girlfriends blowing up my DMs that had dated Shane and were telling me stuff about him.
Sure.
So based on that, I was like, oh, these guys are pretty bad.
So you had something on him that you could have. Tell us now. What
she doesn't have anything on him, by the way. Steve,
It's just everything we know, that they're racist, that they're bigots, that they're sexist, that they think they're like invincible.
They're comedians. And as a comedian, she should know that. God, she's the worst. She is the absolute worst. They're jokes. They're jokes, lady. This is the section of the show where we get all the worst takes from people that are the absolute worst, just to like rage bait everybody. Ben Shapiro came out and said after Thomas Massie lost, he literally said this, that last night's primary election in Kentucky represents the future of the GOP. And here's the actual voter turnout, as Ben Shapiro claims, again, the future of the GOP. So elderly boomers block voting for MAGA. If you look at the actual election in Thomas Massie's election here, the turnout, ages 17 to 25, Massie carried plus 25. Millennials, or upper age Gen Z to millennials, 56 plus 56, carried millennials plus 38, and older millennials, Gen X, plus 17. It was strictly boomers and old Gen X that carried Ed Galrain. So no, Ben Shapiro, as you're learning with your own social media empire that has now collapsed, it is not the future of the party, as we can see here. The future of the party most certainly does not agree with you, buddy. Nope. All right. And then, man, Megyn Fence Sitter Kelly, she just keeps moving in the right direction. I'll give her credit for, but she's making a lot of waves with this new clip that just came out a couple days ago.
Option to be quite as.
Let me make sure we get this from the start.
To be honest, I didn't expect the corruption to be quite as, widespread as it's been, and like the self-dealing and the lining of his and his family's pockets. Like that's been a little shocking.
Talking
and
billions
I just
of
didn't
dollars.
expect Trump to be so disrespectful of his base.
Right. Well, you know what, Megan? I got to push back a little bit because Trump didn't take a salary while he's president. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. I mean, you look at like across the board of the Trump family. I've never seen a family get so rich off of a presidency.
Right.
And it happened at the same time as we now have a Supreme Court ruling that basically says any official act he takes while in the White House is protected.
Right.
And those two things are, seem to be giving him some sort of a hall pass that could very much get abused. I don't want to, say he's crossed the line legally because I actually haven't taken a close look.
See, but there she just did it. She did it at the end. She goes, but I don't want to say he's crossed the line legally because this is like, she just can't. She's so close, right? And I think what it is, is that Megyn Kelly's audience, a lot of Megyn Kelly's audience is obviously trying to push her in the direction of this guy fucking sucks. This guy sucks. We hate his guts. And so I don't think she actually feels that way. I think she actually still loves Trump. I think that Megyn Kelly sees her audience is moving in the direction we're all moving. And so she feels like she has to sort of capitulate and move that way with the audience, but she can't really do it because she can't do it completely, right? Because she always just, you'll see her just the other day, she said, well, but at the same time, Trump could nuke Iran and I'd still vote for him. Right. So she's like, she's just that ultimate fence sitter that doesn't want to take a real stand. She doesn't want to take a real stand like someone like me or Tucker or Candace or like all of us that are just like straight, fuck this guy. He's the worst. Get him out. Right. She doesn't want to take that stand as a conservative, which, Hodge twins are great. Hodge twins were great. They're fully off the Trump train, fully off the MAGA train, except for their Instagram. I think I've told you guys this before, except for their Instagram page. Their Instagram page is run by, they've got to get their Instagram page in check because it's definitely not what those dudes actually believe. So whoever's running their page, it needs to, they should probably check that because there's some Zionists running their page that they don't know about, which I think is wild. Okay, this is also hilarious because mainly because of who posted it. All right. So Benny Johnson weighs in and says, never take military advice from an unmarried childless man holding a princess bubble wand at Disney. And while I agree with you on that, Benny, you accusing Lindsey Graham of being a closeted homosexual is very, very brave, Benny. I would just keep my fucking mouth shut when it came to things like this if I was Benny Johnson. I don't think I would ever make a closeted homosexual joke about anyone in my life if I was Benny Johnson. Because, brother, Lindsey Graham is MAGA. He is you. You are him. Benny and Lindsey are the same person, essentially. So you need to calm the fuck down, bud. Like, you have no business talking about Lindsey Graham being a closeted homosexual. Okay? Like, that's some real glass house shit right there on that one. So relax. Also, like, this is the other thing I see. He's another one like Megyn Kelly where, what are you talking about? Lindsey Graham was just endorsed again. I think JD DeLay just sent this to me. Yeah, I'm not going to pull it up right now. He just endorsed Lindsey Graham again, like today. And so Lindsey Graham is MAGA. He is MAGA. Benny is MAGA. You guys are the same. You're the same. Both of you are the same. You need to understand that. Don't try to pivot out of it. Don't try to pivot out of it, bud. All right, here's one. I really don't like this clip. really, really don't like this clip.
Dana White is a fucking idiot.
I hate this whole men's mental health bullshit that they talk about. Unfortunately, when you're a man,
man, shut the hell up, bro. Unfortunately, you need to shut the hell up.
Okay,
mental health is real deal, especially for men. We got to focus on that shit, man. Shut the hell up. He running a profession where a whole bunch of men get to beat each other senseless, and that's a good ventilative source if you got mental stress going on, so you can just beat it out of somebody. What if that shit don't work? What if that outlet ain't healthy? What if that outlet spills over into real life? You know what I'm saying, man? Mental health is real.
It is real. And the fact that Dana White comes out and says that men need to shut the fuck up about their mental health. First of all, you beat your wife, Dana. You fucking smacked your wife in the face on fucking camera. So I can only imagine what goes on in the privacy of your own home. So maybe you might want to fucking check on your own mental health before you start criticizing other men for being concerned with their mental health, because you're a fucking domestic abuser. So there's that, A. And two, yeah, there's another one. You're running a sport that's just full of dudes that have CTE and have fucking mental health issues. I can't stand that. I cannot stand that. Especially coming off of Memorial Day and the number of my friends, teammates, people I've worked with that have unalived themselves due to mental health issues. No, fuck you, dude. That's just, it's gross, man. Why would we not want men to be working on their mental health? I've said this before, like, being a man is not the easiest thing in the world. No one fucking cares about you. No one cares about how you feel. They don't. It's the way it is. It's been that way for 10,000 years. And, yeah, like, you have to take care of your health as a man, mental health as a man, and women too, right? But just to be like, oh, man needs to need to be tough. Here's the thing. I worked in a career field with the objectively toughest men on the face of the fucking planet. Okay? There is no one tougher than fucking Navy SEALs and Green Berets and Delta operators. Objectively, we prove it through the training we go through. Vast majority of fucking men can never, ever accomplish it. Just a sheer will and toughness. And guess who I've seen have the most mental health problems? It's those same men. Some of the toughest men I've ever met in my life have put a gun in their mouth. So spare me, Dana White, when it comes to men need to shut the fuck up about mental health. No, they don't. They need to talk more about it. Talking about it is one of the best things you can do. That's why I highly encourage calling the homies, calling your friends, especially for us military veterans, checking in on people. Sometimes a simple conversation can save your friend's life. All right. So mental health is a big deal. I hate to see that. Dana White, and it's again, I really don't like Dana White. Again, he's a woman beater, and I just think he's a huge piece of shit. So never liked him. Don't support him at all. But for him to say something like that, nah, pound sand, bro. Pound sand, man. I watched you fucking slap your wife in the face on live TV. You don't get to say shit about anything ever again. Okay. We're doing Democrats next. All right. We're doing Democrats next, but we'll hit a couple super chats first, right? Sorry, I got a little passionate about that. I just really, especially coming off Memorial Day, right? Yesterday was a really hard day for me. Very, very close friends of mine have taken their own lives. Teammates of mine have taken their own lives. And the mental health thing is, especially coming off yesterday, is I don't have any fucking patience for hearing people talk like that. So anyway, I'll try to be back this gets me viscerally fucking angry, even just hearing it. Try to get back in a better mood here as we go. All right. MD says, my late father had, trans ischemic attack, and DJT is much acting like he did. I'm not sure what that is. I'd have to look that one up. I'm sure it's a medical condition, probably related to stroke or coronary heart disease. God's Country says, thoughts on Tulsi stepping aside and distancing from this administration? Brother, I have an entire video on it I put out like 3 days ago. Rather than me spending 5 minutes to tell you about it, make sure you just go watch that after the live. It's a lot. There's a lot of nuance to it. Haven't heard about the Lone Star tick? Yes, I have. It terrifies me. I live in a rural area. I love meat. And this thing is sketching me out. It's very, very sketchy to me because my Muay Thai instructor has Lyme disease that he got from a tick. And he's like dealing with a bunch of crazy fucked up shit right now. He's going to go get, he might be watching right now, or Amir, if you're watching. Anyway, he's going down to Mexico to get some crazy treatment down there where they like elevate your blood or elevate your body temperature to like 108 degrees and try to like burn it out of you. So I actually do know someone that's affected by this shit. So yeah, it's scary. It's scary, man. It's scary. It's scary. Thank you for your work, VFT. Iranian 2K drones thought the U.S. and Israel taught. Yeah, they did. I think they're around 20K, but they're super cheap compared to what we use. MD says, I find it absurd that we now have gone from worrying about Iran becoming a threat to maybe making them a threat now. Yeah, well, we are making them stronger, which is crazy. Garrett says, first time a military spouse runs her mouth, and I actually didn't mind. That is a veteran thing to say right there. Writer's block. Ooh, look at these kitties right here. Back in the 80s, people were unhappy about Reagan being as old as he was when he was running for a second term. He was 73. Now we have presidents running in their late 70s and 80s. No one pushes back. God, I know. Can we please get Kyle on your show? I would love to have Kyle on the show, man. I've been watching, I've been actually watching Crystal a lot longer than I've been watching Kyle. But I do like Kyle's show. I watch Kyle a lot. Obviously, we used some of this stuff earlier. I think we can have a really cool conversation. You know, Kyle's he's very aggressively anti-Republican and anti-conservative, but I think we could have a very good conversation together. So I'd love to do a show with him. I need to just reach out to him. I know we have a lot of crossover audience. I can tell because I can see my analytics. I can actually see who my audience watches outside of me. And he's actually one of the top creators that my audience watches. So yeah, I'd love to have him on a show sometime or do a show with him. I should probably just reach out to him. It's probably the best way to do it. But I think we could have a cool conversation. Science of the Warrior class about the cost of war is nuts. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy that they're trying to do that? We're here to support you, Nate. Thank you. Okay, let's jump back into it. All right. Democrats, I got to tell you guys, this dude, he's crushing. I know there's going to be conservatives who get pissed off about me saying this. This dude's crushing. He's crushing every metric, and that is Zohran Mamdani. He's literally crushing every fucking metric you can think of. And if I couldn't, You're making me like Zoran. And Zoran Mamadani just became the first NYC mayor in 61 years to skip/boycott the Israel Day Parade in New York. Why is there an Israel Day Parade? Why is there a foreign country day parade in New York? I don't care what country it is. Why the fuck does this even exist? First of all. But I mean, he's just fucking crushing. He's completely balanced the budget. We have the lowest crime rate New York City has had since before. And again, I'm sorry, guys, if you don't like him, but he's got the lowest crime rate in New York that we've seen in like 30 years. He's completely balanced the budget. Subways are actually clean. Nobody has left. Actually, investment and population of increase is increasing under him. More rich people are actually coming to New York, which remember they said everybody was going to flee New York. They're actually influx of population into New York City. He's fucking killing it. He is. Whether you want to call him a socialist, communist, call him whatever the fuck you want. He's objectively somebody. And here, I get it. Look, you're mad. You're mad that you don't like him. Everything I'm saying is objectively true. Objectively true. You cannot argue at the success that he's having. You can not like him because he's a socialist, but he's objectively, his actual data and analytics of what is happening in New York, he is fucking crushing it. I said, again, I was not going to be somebody, but again, I was somebody that said, give him a chance. If you go back in my content, guys, you guys have watched my content. Remember when Zoran was running? What did I tell you? I said, give him a chance. He's either going to be the evil communist that Fox News said he is, or maybe he'll do a good job. Give him a chance. Let's find out. And let's see. We can do like or dislike Zoran. Again, I'm sorry, dude. I know a lot of Republicans are going to get mad at that. But the data doesn't lie at the moment. Now, who knows how that goes forward into the future, right? He could very well burn in and fuck everything up. But at the moment, it's New York is looking much better under him than it was under Mayor Adams. It just objectively is. All the data shows that. All the data shows it. So again, don't get mad at me. But the truth is the truth. He's completely balanced the budget, right? He's gotten rid of the deficit. He's, again, the lowest crime rate New York has seen since before, I believe, Giuliani. He's refusing to go to Israel Day parades, like all those things. All of those things. Google it, bro. Just type it into Google, homie. Like I said, you don't have to believe what I say. You can look it up for yourself. You have the internet. You're watching my show. You can slap it into Google. Find out for yourself. Type, did Zoran balance the budget in New York? See what it comes back and tells you. Okay, here's another Democrat that's getting wild out here. Fox News, not happy. Texas Democrat calls for American Zionists to be locked up in ICE detention centers. She's wild, says a Texas Democrat getting ripped by members of her own party for making shocking comments. Congressional candidate Maureen Galindo posted that she wants to lock up American Zionists in an ICE detention facility. Galindo, a sex therapist and housing activist running in the Democrat runoff for Texas, newly redrawn 35th district, also said she would lock up former ICE officers and turn the local ICE detention center into a castration processing center for PDFs. I kind of like her. I'm going to be honest. Which will probably, and then she said, which will probably just be most of the Zionists. This lady, she's the most based. This lady's the most based I've ever seen in my life. Oh my God, right? I don't think I've ever seen anybody as based as this. But this right here, this quote, this quote is wild. She's going to turn the ICE detention centers into a castration processing center for PDFs, which will probably just be Zionists. Oh, my God. Wow. Anyway, she came out of nowhere with some absolutely wild stuff here. Okay, here's an interesting conversation between Bill Maher, who's just the absolute worst, and Will.i.am, which is kind of interesting, talking about freedom.
How much freedom they need, but I think people yearn for freedom and they don't have. No, say for example, you come from a place.
You're talking about China, by the way.
That was war torn, and you want to be free from that. That's different from I want to be free to do something that is not at the same level. So not every freedom is the same freedom. Sometimes you want to be free from tyranny. You want to be free from, people in the Congo want to be free from that oppression. People in America's freedom is a different freedom. And to say they're the same, that's not fair to those folks that are truly suffering.
I agree.
So-
I mean, we are lucky. We complain about freedom, and some of those complaints, of course, are valid, and certainly in history, they're tremendously valid. But the perspective is important. To compare ourselves to what the rest of the human race has done with this concept is important. And we generally have more freedom here than many, many people. They don't have.
Now, that brings up the question, do we have as much freedom as we think? Do we have more freedom than China? What do you guys think? Do we actually have more freedom? I would say it's different. It's different freedom. Think about China, Hong Kong, Vietnam. If you live in Vietnam's a great example of this. Vietnam is a communist country with a capitalist economy. In Vietnam, as long as you don't criticize the Communist Party, you have the freedom to do anything you fucking want. Far more freedom than the United States has. But there's that one linchpin. You can't criticize the government. I would say in America, we are edging on being far less free than many places like Vietnam. Because think what we just looked back on. The government is right now suing to try to take away First Amendment rights from veterans, retired veterans. Suing for that. That would mean I can't criticize the government, which just like in Vietnam, they can't criticize the government. However, I've also lost a shit ton of freedoms that something like Southeast Asia has. So I think America is not as free, especially look at taxes. Pay 40% of my income in taxes. We're basically wage slaves. So we have a different type of freedom than other countries have. We do have more freedom than North Korea. We do have more freedom than the Congo, of course. But that goalpost, yeah, great point. Somebody said we could barely smoke weed, federally legal. We do not have, we have different freedoms, right? But it's all different, right? Anyway, just an interesting conversation to think about. Okay, here's Gavin Newsom talking shit about J.D. Vance. Interesting one. As obviously we can see these two on a note war, is what he says.
I don't see Trumpism lasting beyond Trump, period, full stop. It's a cult of personality. With all due respect, JD, you don't have it. I don't.
JD, he says, JD, you don't have the personality. I actually agree with Gavin Newsom on that. JD Vance has the personality, again, of a wet paper towel. Here's some other Democrats saying some wild shit. Representative Seth Moulton has drawn significant attention for comparing Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's conduct to controversial actions from history by referencing the prosecution of German submarine captains during World War II. Moulton aimed to highlight the seriousness of his concerns about military accountability and international standards. In comparison, he has divided Washington, with some praising his stance while others criticized the severity of his historical reference, which he said Hegseth could be executed for war crimes. That would be kind of like the Hague Conventions afterwards. What do we think about that? What do we think about that when the Trump, now he's going to be pardoned. He's going to be preemptive pardoned, by the way. Be very, very clear. When we, let's see, when 2027 rolls around and just when he gets pardoned, Just remember back to this moment if you can of like, oh, that's right. Nate called it. He's going to get pardoned. Of course, he's going to get a preemptive pardon. But interesting conversation. I mean, if you're convicted of savage levels of war crimes, killing hundreds, if not thousands of innocent people, if you're convicted, I have to say that for YouTube, right? If you're convicted, well, and it's going to be rough because when you factor in all the boats outside Venezuela, when you factor in all the double tapping, the fact we double tapped a little girl's elementary school, there's the fact that we're bombing power plants and bridges, civilian infrastructure. Those are all war crimes. All of those are war crimes under the Geneva Convention. We've committed obscene amount of war crimes in Iran. I would say more than I ever would have thought in probably 20 plus years of the global war on terror. It's just everything we're doing. And they're saying it out loud and they're posting videos of it. So it's going to be, we'll have to wait and see, right? With whoever takes charge. But here's Donald Trump posting a picture of Ro Khanna this isn't, racist at all. Here's a picture of Ro Khanna. Donald Trump posted, said, "Hey, Democrat. Yeah, I told you you guys are going to see this is his new thing. Don't allow this lying sleazebag on Fox News." And then Ro Khanna responded, "Congratulations on your wedding, Donald Trump Jr. Sorry for distracting your dad with his important work." Ooh. Shots fired. Yeah. Okay, man. Again, President of the United States. Super professional. Super professional. Okay. Another clip I really liked. I think a lot of us are going to resonate with this clip. I've seen some of their stuff. Breezy politics. But let's take a look. I think a lot of people will resonate with this clip.
You knew what AIPAC was a year ago. Nobody gave a fuck. And now these women that I know are like, I will not vote for a candidate that takes AIPAC money. And I knew some stuff about Israel and Palestine, but I always bought into this narrative that like Israel's a democracy and they are our best friend. And so I read and a lot more as to what was happening with Israel and Gaza. And then that's where you get where I just felt like, oh my God, this is awful. Right. Of course, the Democratic Party is compromised here because we funded this. Cory Booker and Joe Biden, these Democrats that I really believed in. You find out they voted to fund a regime, the Israelis that shoot little kids in the head and in the heart and carpet bomb their apartments. And now they're doing it in Lebanon. There's 1 million people displaced. It's like, I don't want to vote anybody that believes that.
Yeah. Great clip. I think so many people in America had that exact same sort of path to get to where we are now. I had the exact same path as that. I was, I didn't really, like she said, didn't really pay attention to it. Just, you believed Israel's our greatest ally because that's what we're told to believe. And you don't really pay attention to it. I never did until, after October 7th. And we started watching what was happening and we went, oh, this is who these fucking people are. This is what this country is doing. And you see it with your own eyeballs and you go, oh, okay, yeah, now I'm noticing what's going on. So I think a lot of us had that exact, whether we were Democrats, whether we were Republicans, independents, I think a lot of us had that exact same path. Very few of us 10 years ago were, now there was some people who were ahead of the curve, but very few of us were paying attention to any of that until recently. So definitely, yeah. Like Riley just said here, once you see it, you can't unsee it. And it definitely changes you. Definitely changes you for real. Okay, and speaking of which, we're going to get into that as the last section of the show, our greatest ally, of course. Let's do a couple super chats. There's some interesting stuff we're going to talk about, to say the least. After all we've done, they spit in our faces. Yeah. The speech bill seems spawned like an ADL or, yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. They love that stuff. If it ever came to that, I will donate 10% a month. I'm not sure what we're talking about here. but sounds good. Pension or FOS? Sounds like authoritarians. We're talking about the military pensions being removed. I see what you're saying. If you sign on the line and go out your life on the line, put your life on the line, you can have any opinion you want. You earn that more. 100%. Telling retired combat veterans that if I criticize the government, you're going to take my pension away. Okay. Yeah. Good luck with that. Also, how you think that's going to work for, hey, Pete Hegseth. Hey, Pete, how do you think that's going to work for recruiting when all the young men and women see you start going after retired combat veterans for the First Amendment? You think anybody's going to fucking sign up to serve the country after you start doing shit like that? Probably not. A little short-sighted, buddy. A little short-sighted on that one. That's not freedom. I would go to battle with you. I better start training. Well, I do a lot of that myself. That's all I do, really. If you lose your pension, take my money. No, guys. I'll be fine, right? I'm fucking working. But again, might be only Canadian veteran, but I still respect you much. Again, my point is, guys, like, they're just not going to bully me. I'm not running for president, homie. We would both get schwacked. They would take me and Thomas both out. Me and Massey would both get whacked for that. Mass looked like the lawmaker assassin in Minnesota. Oh, yeah. I remember what you're talking about. The dude on the doorbell camera. Critical care registered nurse here. Potential stroke patients are placed on blood thinners to reduce the risk of further strokes. Leads to severe bruising. Great point. Yes, this is the thing. Yep. Great point. F politics. I get that, man. But here we are. Has anyone checked on the guy being imitated by the mask? No, I don't know. Secret is he helps us, or he sleeps upside down, gets the juices to tail his crown. Okay. 2 more and we'll jump back in. Did the White House dentist have the big E-mass on the wall? No, I didn't see any of the big E-mass on the wall. I don't know if can I tell you guys this? I don't think I would get in trouble for this. Maybe I would. Hold on. I'm trying to think if I want to tell you guys this. Okay, so when we were there, we went to the doctor's office, and nobody was at the White House at the time. It was just us and getting our tour. And we went to the doctor's office, and we were like, "This is crazy." And then our tour guide, well, I didn't have a tour guide, but the young woman that was working didn't come into the actual. We went into the actual doctor, like the doctor's room, the patient room. You know what I mean? And like it has the doctor's chair, like where the patient sits in. And it was in 2022 during COVID. And me and one of my teammates went and fucking got and sat in the chair, the president's doctor's chair, during COVID. And then we made a lot of jokes afterwards that if the president got COVID, it would have been our fault. But but anyway, I digress. That's probably a story I shouldn't have told. But anyway, we thought it was funny at the time. Didn't do anything wrong, just sat in the chair. But anyway, guys, sorry. Don't tell anybody about that one. I don't want to get in trouble for that. Okay, let's keep moving. I'm sure it was fine. It was fine. It all turned out to be fine, right? So he never got COVID, so we're fine. We didn't have COVID. We were good, but it was funny at the time. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Let's start off with this. So yes, it has been quite the year for our greatest ally. Yes, Ellison bought TikTok and has basically completely shut down any speech about our greatest ally there. They bought CBS and censored everything. They bought CNN, censored everything. They bought Paramount and have censored everything. They're buying all the influencers. Charlie Kirk, unfortunately, got unalive. TPUSA becomes staunchly Zionist. Geofencing churches, 1,000 pastors become pro Our Greatest Ally ambassadors. They replaced Marjorie Taylor Greene with a pro Our Greatest Ally puppet, and they replaced Thomas Massey with a pro Our Greatest Ally puppet. It's been quite the year. Well done. well done. Huh? They've been absolutely crushing it. This is a super funny clip. I don't know if you've seen this. I've seen him before. And that is what's his name? Jacob. I can't say his last name. But this clip is hilarious. Let's watch it together.
Jew in the world, how am I supposed to walk the streets?
Hey everybody, New York Jew here, and today I'm going to teach you how to walk the streets of New York, okay? Because, you know, some of you might not be feeling safe. So what you got to do, in case you forgot, you take your right leg and you walk forward like that. You take your left leg like that. And then we're walking. Here, walk with me. Walk with me. Let's go try this out. All right, today we are in Little Palestine. As you can see, I'm walking around just fine, all right? I'm around tons of Palestinian people, and clearly as a Jew, so it's all love here. It's all peace. What up, baby? What's going on? That's all the lingo, man. You doing a video right now? Yeah, doing a video. Yeah, just showing that's all love out here. That, you know, there's always love for Jews and Palestinians. This is not, we don't got the Zionists. You want to get some shawarma? Hell yeah, let's do it, baby. Free Palestine all day.
Huh. Imagine that. Imagine that. Looks like you can just walk straight into a pro-Palestine movement and be just fine. Imagine that. It's almost as if the this whole insane what's this? Has sorry, real quick. Venna said, has Warren HD Super Chat been announced? Just asking. I have no idea. I don't think so. I don't think so yet. We go one by one. But anyway, you know, isn't that funny how you can just walk there and you'd be completely fine? Crazy how that works. This clip is wild. And I like these clips, right? I really like these clips because what this shows, and guys, you'll see difference. You'll see different opinions, whether you listen to Nick Fuentes or Dan Bilzerian, who believe this is a Jewish supremacy issue. I don't believe that. Okay, I believe Christian Zionism is infinitely bigger problem than even Jewish Zionism is. But I am a staunch believer that Zionism is the problem. It has nothing to do with Judaism. I don't at all. So I do like seeing when I do like watching the clips from anti-Zionist Jewish people, because it shows that it's not the religion. It's the fucking Zionist political movement. That's the big problem. And people, you can disagree with me if you want, but that's fine. But you're wrong. Okay. And you'll see, and that's why close to 30-40% of Jewish people in America are anti-Zionist and actually anti-Israel, it turns out. And here's another one. You've got, and these are in the WWE space. You got Big Hebrew here who made fucking, I can't stand him. What's his name? I forget his name. Brain fart. The dude, UFC commentator. Anyway, let's watch this.
Hey, why are you in hot water, like on Twitter?
Oh, yeah.
What happened?
Yeah, people.
Why do people hate you all of a sudden?
You want to know why?
I'm listening.
MOT.
He's saying everybody hates him because he's Jewish, right? We're all used to seeing this, right? The Zionists, the I'm a victim. Now they're both Jewish. Both people in this clip are Jewish. So this is important. So he's saying everyone hates me because I'm Jewish.
You really think it's because you're a fucking Jew?
1,000,000%.
Okay.
They're bringing up
people love me, and I'm I'm Jewish as fuck. I'm Big Hebrew. They call me Big Hebrew.
I criticize Sean Strickland.
Okay.
For basically, so Sean Strickland's a fighter.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you. I know close to nothing.
That's fine.
About MMA. I respect it, and I'll watch the odd fight out of the blue. Hey, why are you?
And then he went on to denounce Israel as well, on top of it. But you love to see that, right? Like he goes immediately into the I'm a victim because of my religion. And then the dude next to him is like, I'm Jewish and people fucking love me, bro. And, that's a great clip when you see something like that. Here's another one. Here's Donald Trump. Last week. This is one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. And we're not going to read the whole thing because it's a dementia-ridden crash out. But look at this. I have long said that the horrific tragedy that beset East Palestine in 2023, along with Sleepy Joe Biden's utterly incompetent response, must never happen again. It literally is happening right now. It happened during your entire term, but okay. I quickly and strongly stood up for and visited the incredible patriots of East Palestine in action that forced Biden and FEMA, who had said they would not be sending federal aid to East Palestine, to move on sending a team. This was a major catastrophe during Biden's presidency, which had many disasters, from letting the rest of the world empty out their prisons, mental asylums, and flood our great country. to surrendering Afghanistan. Anyway, again, he rails on that. What are you talking about, dude? Oh, wait. Did I oh, shit. East Palestine. That's in Ohio, huh? Oh, shit. I read that wrong. East Palestine. East Palestine's in Ohio, isn't it? Yeah, I might have botched that one. I read it real quick and just saw him talking about Palestine and 2023. That's my bad. Let me see. It's in Palestine, or it's in Ohio, right? Let me see the comment section. I just skimmed that one. Is it? Okay, my bad. Whoops. That's all right. It happens. It happens when I was putting the show together. I just saw that clip, saw Palestine, and thought he was taking credit for defending Palestine, which would have been the craziest thing ever. But anyway, my bad, guys. As soon as I saw East Palestine, I went, wait a second. That's not what this means. Anyway, my bad, guys, on that one. Anyway, let's keep moving. We mess up every once in a while. Here we go. Here is Elon Musk. What does Elon Musk have to say about our greatest ally? Because, it's all of them.
Innovation. I'd say innovation per capita, Israel's must be number one by far in the world.
There you go. Number one in the world in innovation. I didn't know that. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that they're more innovative than the United States of America? Didn't know that. That was news to me. News to me, guys. Here's another one. I don't know if you guys saw this. This was after the mosque shooting, and of course they have a Zionist mayor. He showed up for a press conference, and it did not go well for him. It did not go well for him. Here we go.
Thank you.
Fucking direct result of your leadership. Your leadership. Our Muslim brothers and sisters have been talking to you for how long? You have to fucking listen to them, Todd. Just like you did with ICE. It was golden science propaganda. And you'll keep doing it as long as it lines your fucking pockets, won't it? Show something. Worse approval rating than a fascist dictator with shit in his pants.
Just shook.
Today our city was shaken. Thank you.
Bro is shook, dude. He got wrecked. He got absolutely wrecked. He didn't even get to speak. By the way, that clip ends, and they basically ran him off the speech and just followed him and just screamed at him the entire time. Wow. Yeah, he just stood there. He did, Katie. He just stood there, and then I love at the end, he just goes, and not in like a sarcastic way, like oh fuck, I'm cooked, dude. I am so cooked. Here you go. Here's just common stuff you're gonna see if you listen to anybody in our greatest ally. And again, don't get mad at me for playing it. They're the ones saying it.
What would you do to the Palestinians living here?
Here, like in the old city, we were welcome. I think Islam is cancer, and you don't transfer cancer to another patient. That's not moral. You have to destroy cancer.
And what does destroy look like for you?
To either kill or re-educate all Muslims.
Tell me about your two flags.
So this is a flag of the third temple, which we want to build, hopefully here on the Temple Mount.
So what would you do to the...
There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. We also had this just popped up. So your tax dollars, by the way, $100 million in grants will be given to J organizations to combat anti-Semitism by the Department of Homeland Security. Yes, the DHS. $100 million of your taxpayer dollars. Okay. That's fantastic. We also got this one to tie up on top of it. Yes, the new federal task force to combat anti-Semitism announced in 15 cities National Awareness Action Tour. Yes, President Trump has made it clear that this administration will not tolerate anti-you-know-what, and the Department of Justice is committed to implementing that directive. This national tour is an important step in ensuring communities across the country know the federal government stands ready to work with them to take away your rights and censor you, by the way, is what they mean to say, to confront all threats, public safety concerns, and uphold civil rights. Of course, acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. So there you go. Hundreds of millions of dollars and a 15-city tour to combat. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Somebody said a great comment right here, by the way. Somebody said, help farmers. Yeah. We could spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a lot of other things, I think. You know what I mean? Rather than that. But it is what it is. Okay. We made it, guys. We made it to the end of the show. 3 hours, over 3 hours on the regular show. Woo! This was a long one tonight. Thank you all for sticking with me on this. All right. So we are done with our regular scheduled portion of the show, which means it is time to jump into the super chats to wrap this thing up. All right. So here we go. If you were just here for that. Did I see the Hassan news? I did. I'm grossed out by it, disgusted by it. Again, I don't have to agree with anything Hassan says. The fact that the federal government is now subpoenaing him and trying to most likely put him in prison with bullshit charges. For one, it's going to make him 1,000 times more famous. So that's dumb if you're the Trump administration. But yeah, no, not great. Not great, man. So Hassan essentially is being subpoenaed by the federal government of claims that he was working with the Cuban government, the communist Cuban government or something, because he went and visited Cuba. So yeah, it's not good. It's but yeah, they didn't subpoena this asshole, did they? Isn't that interesting? So yeah, it's not good. It's not good. We don't want to see that. It doesn't matter if we agree with Hassan or not. You don't want to see a podcaster. You do not, and me especially too. We do not want to see podcasters get. Look at this, MAGA cuck for sure. Grow up and dress like a grown man. Grown man? Grown man. Why don't you message me on Instagram? And let's see a picture of you. And if you are bigger than 6'3", 235 pounds, and you want to find out if you're an actual grown man, let me know. But I bet you're a little punk bitch, dude. Oh, you have a tank top on. Yeah. You're not professional. Yeah, put on a suit. Yeah, no, I don't have to be professional. I'm sitting in my fucking office. You don't like it? Go watch. You should go watch. What'd be a good show for you? Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson would be a great show for you. Benny Johnson would be a great show for you to go watch. There you go. You should go watch him. You want your cuck MAGA news from a little punk bitch? Then go watch Benny Johnson. This is an actual grown man channel. By the way, I'm a retired Green Beret, so you can keep that in mind. Anyway. A little cuck like that, dude. Oh, I would fold you like a lawn chair, and it would be a joke. All right, let's keep moving. All right, here we go. Let's jump into our super chats. Boise says Jigsaw is sucking. She's sucking a lot more than the life out of Trump. I'll tell you that. Gross. Blah. Makes me want to puke at the same time. Oh, yeah. He should. Yeah, Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino is definitely who you should be watching for sure. That's a better one. Long drive home. This will make it fly by. Thank you, Elijah. Appreciate you. As a Green Beret, would you rappel down a cliff using only cooked spaghetti or parachute into combat with an umbrella that screams motivational quotes every 3 seconds? Well, I would die. There was 100% chance I would die if I parachuted into combat with an umbrella. So I would try to rappel down a cliff with cooked spaghetti, because at least maybe I got a chance. But yeah, not great either one, but I'm going to go with the one that gives me some type of chance. The lunch criticism, 2026 version of Let Them In Eat Cake. Yeah, talking about how you spend too much money on lunch and coffee, Gen Z. Yeah, well, it doesn't help when fucking coffee is $9 and lunch is $30. So if anybody doubts the economy, literally did a doc for Nate on how screwed the freight industry is from the economy and it's getting worse. Yeah, we're gonna I haven't had a chance to get to it. I do have that. We're gonna we'll try to get that one on next Tuesday. We are working on it. Thank you, Kenneth. I love the polls. More polls. We do a lot of polls, man. We try to do a lot of polls. Kevin O'Leary spends $5 million a year on watches, only make them ugly by putting red straps on them. Does he spend that much money on watches? Do you guys, if you guys can tell, I don't wear watches. I've never wear watches. You guys like watches? I know Jesse on Fire is a huge watch guy. I hate watches, guys. I never, ever, even in the military, I'd hated wearing a watch. I'd have to wear one because just technology wise, right? But I hate wearing watches, man. Are you guys watches? I know I'm not good, bad, or indifferent on it. I know some guys really like them. I just have never liked watches, man. It's never been a thing I would spend a bunch of money on or even wear. Issue with Indiana being low gas prices. Governor Braun knows has waived the state sales gas tax for the past 2 months, approximately saving. Well, that's good. I wish we would do that here in Oregon. It would still be super expensive, but wouldn't be as expensive. If not Banana Republic, why Banana Republic? Why Banana Republic shaped? That's a good one right there. There's more capital in the S&P than the M2. I'm not sure what you mean by M2, but the amount of capital in the S&P is trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars for sure. And BlackRock owns the vast majority of it, BlackRock and Vanguard. Wish I could invite you to Scandinavia, brother. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to come out. I have not got to go. My entire family has been able to my family's from Scandinavia, or from Sweden. They've all been back. I'm the youngest in the family. I've never been able to go yet. I would love to go eventually. We're definitely coming back. We're definitely coming there eventually. So appreciate you, brother. We're definitely going to check out Sweden and Norway at some point. That's a big bucket list for me. Go see where the family comes from. Lack says stocks also fly when they turn on the printer. Yes, true. Printing money and inflation also just ramps stocks up. And Kevin Warsh is about to turn it on because he's dumb as fuck. Get ready for Weimar Germany hyperinflation. True. Yep. 100%. This is a big thing. So printing money, racking up inflation, all that does is drives up equities because of inflation. So a lot of it's kind of fake increases. Thank you for the super sticker. Larry says, is it me or does Donald bomb them every holiday right before he says the deal is close? Actually, yeah, you're not wrong. He did it on Memorial Day. You're right. Almost every holiday, I think. No, you're not tripping. Last time it was Easter. He's done it on Memorial Day. Yeah, no, you're right. Maybe it's because a lot of holidays are on Sunday or Monday, and he likes to, do his market manipulation on the weekend. There could be that. But you're not wrong. That's true. Thank you, brother. Ryan said, so did I dream America was founded to escape a tyrannical government and the Revolutionary War was a 1% tax increase? I believe it was a 2% tax increase on tea, not in general. So yeah, we started a revolution over that. This isn't the place I serve to defend anymore. Yeah, it's pretty wild when you actually go back to the Revolutionary War and see why we started it and compare that to now. Oh, our founding fathers were based, and we're not, unfortunately. All right, we were super MAGA. I don't know anybody that still is. Even my wealthy boomer dad is fed up. Dude chose greatest ally over us, Tim Dillon for POTUS. I'd vote for Tim Dillon. Fuck it. I don't think he knows anything about running the government, but at least he'd be funny. Thank you. We should call them poor. They are morally poor. True. Thank you, brother. Joe says, Iran's weapon grade 60% for years. Y'all are smart. Iraq, did we find one WMD? No, it's tease. It's a catalyst for some to get to do all that they want. Just saying. Yeah, it's the same song and dance, Joe. It's the exact same song and dance, right? It's the same. Now it's what they can't have a nuclear weapon. Iraq can't have a nuclear weapon. Libya can't have a nuclear weapon. Yeah, same shit. They don't even try. They don't even try to get clever. Like, you can't even get clever with it. Give us a new bullshit story. Thank you, Donna. Appreciate you for that super sticker. Thank you, Lega, for the super sticker. Big donation from Sarah. Says a little something for your new retirement fund. Thank you. Yeah, I might. Yeah, if they took away my pension, guys, I'd probably have to start doing a lot more advertisements. I try not to do too many, like ad reads. I get offered a fuck ton. But I try not to overload them. I put them on the lives every once in a while. I try not to put them on the lives because I don't like putting them in my videos. They supplement the income though. But yeah, if the government comes after me for my retirement pension, we'll probably have to supplement our income. a little bit. So be on the lookout for that. Hopefully you guys will understand if that happens. I'll let you know. we gotta monetize the channel a little bit more if we get our pension taken away. So hopefully we don't. We'll see. What job are you allowed to vote yourself a raise without permission? Congress. Yeah. Obviously, he wasn't including his APAC income on top of that 200K. Great point. These oligarch POS motherfuckers should be taxed more to offset all the lobbying they do. I agree with bringing in cheap labor, though, through illegals and H-1B1s. Yeah, I think at this point, they have so much money. Like, they can afford to pay a little bit more. Rather guy says, I went after that senator for his dumb comments a couple weeks ago on Twitter. He's a moron. Nate, you freaking rock. Thanks for your services. Do you think Trump will ever be prosecuted if he lives past his term? Well, first of all, I don't think he's going to make it that far. If he makes it that far, I don't think he's going to leave. The answer would be yes. I do think that they would go after him, but I think that's also why he's not going to leave. Is because he knows, he and his entire family. But I also think he's probably going to pardon himself. He's definitely going to pardon everyone around him, his family, everybody in the Trump administration, everybody connected to him. But I think he's going to pardon himself too, and I think it's going to be the very first time a president has ever pardoned themselves. But yeah, I do think that's coming. He'll definitely preemptive pardon himself for everything. How that works with the Justice Department, I don't know. I don't know enough about pardons. Can pardons be overturned? Do you guys know? I'm asking you guys. I don't know if a federal pardon from president can be overturned. I bet it can't. I bet constitutionally it just literally is that it wipes you clean. Maybe it can. I don't know. Maybe it can. I don't know, guys. They can't. I guess we could chat GPT that. Somebody chat GPT that and let us know. It feels like they probably can't, if I had to guess. Did you see the rally for Plattner when Bernie was there? I did. People will say what they want about Bernie, but he's been rock solid for 60 years. I did watch that rally. It was good. AJ said what everyone should have been using for investing: due diligence, intrinsic value, sum of cash flow in a year divided by bro. This takes me right back to my master's, man. I'm not even gonna fucking look at it. Oh, I'm not even gonna look at it. I got Chat GPT for that now. I used to have to do all those equations by hand. Never again. Thank you, AJ. What you see from our government is a feature, not a bug. True. Yep, you told us supply and demand. Yep, told you about that oil. Big oil with the government help sells our refined products worldwide. Oh, it's from Bobby. Bobby knows about the oil industry board better than we all do, which lessens our supply, and you wonder why our prices go up. Just wait till you see what happens on the petrochemical side. Going to get worse before better. Yeah, there you go. Great point. I didn't even think about that. Yep. But again, to Bobby's point here, when we sell it, it obviously lowers supply and increases demand. Supply goes down, demand goes up, and if it's a global commodity, prices go up. That's what we're saying. It's a facade to keep us hating each other and not them. But did you get your hammer shiny and chrome to Valhalla? Hold on. I think we do have it. I think it's right here. Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, there is is that what this is? I'm pretty sure that's what this is. I'll check here in a little bit. So, I had if I think this is you, right? So, VRD Engineering here had made me a really cool, sledgehammer, steel sledgehammer. And I'm pretty sure my wife brought it in this box right here. I just hadn't opened it yet. So yeah, I'll open it, brother. Sorry. My wife mentioned that it just got here, but I'm looking over at this big box here, and I think it's actually here, right here. I'll check here at the end of the stream. If not, then I'll definitely have it up in the next stream. Thank you, man. It's very, very cool. I haven't seen it in person though. It's still in the box, and I got to pull it out. But I'll check it out. I'm actually stoked. It looks super cool. Okay, One Way Manson said, thank you for the big donation, brother. I appreciate you. You're very much appreciated for the work you do. Thank you. Great role model as a vet. The fact you got to sift through all this bullshit for your show is heroic. It is a lot, man. It is a lot. How the F do people bend their minds like this? Semper Fi, got friends over there. Brother, dude, I do. I was just talking to, I forget who I was talking to about this. I think it was maybe JD or Jesse, where it was like, it does get mentally draining, I guess, to constantly, because guys, I'm constantly thinking about all the stuff I put forward in these shows. I got to research all this stuff. I got to compile all the videos, the clips. I got to build the show out. So I spend so much time just in this world. And this is why I tell people to go touch grass, right? Because, man, this shit can black pill you and make you real depressed. Like, if you're constantly in it. And I start to feel that a lot. That's why I try to really use a lot of comedy. Really try to use a lot of comedy for one, for you guys, but also for me, myself, and not making myself get super just angry at everything. Because I catch myself getting like just really angry sometimes. Just so much of everything just pisses me off, like it does you guys. And if you don't separate yourselves out of it, because like for you guys, right? Like, not to say that you guys aren't doing your own research or anything like that. I'm not saying that, but like for you guys, a lot of you guys get to step away from it, right? You gotta, when you go work your job, whatever you're doing, you're a doctor, a lawyer, construction, you're not like embroiled in all this political insanity while you're doing that. Whereas like, this is what I do. So I'm not complaining or like asking, hey, pity me at all. I'm just saying for everybody out there, what I've learned for myself is you gotta step away from the screens, man. Because, it gets dark out here, huh? Especially now with everything that we're seeing, it can get really easy to get black pilled. So, thank you though, bro. I appreciate you for the generosity there. Frank says I post on every political channel I visit. It's not left or right, red versus blue, black versus white. It's the working class versus wealthy elite. Yeah. That's what I believe, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we're wrong, Frank, but that's personally what I believe. The power establishment versus the American people. I staunchly believe that. Thank you, Austin. Welcome. Thank you, Doctor, for that. Blue-Eyed Hillbilly says, I'm 41 minutes late at the prayer. Blasphemy. That is everything Jesus taught against their Edomites from the house of Satan. God is love, not war. 100% agree with you. Glad to have you here. AJ said Trump has known his son for as long as he can remember, which is coincidentally 5 minutes ago. Isn't that crazy what he said? I've known him as a person for a long time. He's your fucking kid. What are you talking about? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard somebody say about their kid. I've known this person for a long time. No shit. You've known them since they were born. They're your kid. Just the fact, the way he talks about his own kids is wild, dude. All right. We do not want Trump to have a fatal diagnosis. Imagine what he does if they tell me there's only 6 months left. Oh, bro. I did not think about that, and that is scary. JD DeLay said this the other day. We were talking about this, and I 100% believe him. JD said, bro, do you really think Donald Trump ain't going to light one of those fireworks off before he leaves office? Fireworks being a nuclear weapon. He was like, do you really think he's not going to light one of those off before he leaves? And I started to think about it, and I was like, oh, fuck, you're right, dude. You're right. He 100% is going to find some fucking reason. He's not going to leave office without trying everything at his disposal. You know what I mean? As soon as he said that, I was like, oh, shit, dude. He's definitely going to do that. Weekend at BB's, LARPing with a cadaver. Oh, I've got a funny, I used that meme as one of my thumbnails in my video when BB was missing. Great movie, by the way. Thank you, Texas. Alzheimer's is real. Yes, it is. Sean says, Trump says we've taken enough oil to pay for Iran war 25 times over. Where all that money go? Did he say something he shouldn't have said again? I don't know where that oil came from or that money is, and I don't know where it went, homie. Great question. It's kind of like that $17 trillion of investments he keeps talking about, but nobody knows what he's talking about or where that money is or where it's coming from. The movie Civil War becomes a documentary. Yeah, that's sketch. Bobby says Paxton is beating Cornyn in Texas 63.3 to 36.7%. Currently almost 9 p.m. here in Texas. Interesting. That wasn't even close. That turned out to be a blowout, huh? Interesting. Thank you, Bobby. Nate, did you ever see the movie The Brain? I don't think so. Maybe I have, but I don't recognize it right off the top of my head. Hardway says my avatar is my pop's gravestone pick. Oh, okay. Okay, so I thought you'd mentioned that he was still with us. That'd be wild for how old he'd have to be. He died in 1960 when I was a kid. There was 2 uncles buried on either side. All World War II fighting men. No picks like this in the Trump Valley album. None. Nah. No, there's not. And that's badass, man. Yeah, my grandpa jumped into Normandy on D-Day as well. So a lot of legacy for our grandparents out there for sure. Austin says, what do you think will be the final straw? Will be for the majority of America first Americans to finally start the party like in 1776? Number 2, because shit's getting insane. Again, every time I get asked this, I keep saying we have a long ways to go. Until people start starving to death, there's no internet, there's no power. You're not going to see anybody do anything. Reality is people are too comfortable in America. As long as they got their iPhones and their Netflix and they have food in their bellies and roof over their head, that's good enough for most people. And they've conditioned us that way on purpose. That's why we've shown before, like the cost of computers and phones and apps and things that keep you stupid keep getting cheaper, and the things that make you smarter, healthcare, college, keep getting more expensive because they want us to be dumb consumers. They want us to be living in 15-minute cities where we sit on our ass all day long, and we're basically just wage slaves. So, yeah, it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while. And it's going to take a lot more extreme than we're seeing. Thank you, Dalton. Appreciate you, brother. Right, the guy says, boy, would it be funny if he barricaded himself in the bunker and we just cemented the door shut from above and moved on smiling ear to because nothing can be worse, and we survived it. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be plenty of exits and entrances to that thing, but at this point, I don't think he's leaving, guys. I used to always say there's no way. I think there's a realistic chance he's not going to leave. And I think most of it's going to stem from the fact that he knows they're going to try to put him in prison and his family in prison. So I think he's gonna look at it as a pure survival thing for him and his family. So we'll see. Kenneth says we're already replacing JCOS and waiting on the Secretary of the Army to be forced out by retirement. Hegseth is doing it with Dan Driscoll. Yep, yeah, he is. I met Dan Driscoll last year actually on Memorial Day at Travis Pastrana's house. Really nice guy. Travis Pastrana did a backflip on a motorcycle over the top of the two of us and a few other people, which was cool. Random story there. But he was a really nice guy. I really liked him. Actually, really liked him. It sounds like the Trump administration doesn't like him very much. So go figure, huh? Senate needs to be real careful approving generals. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Trump's third term is going to be whack. Yeah. Oh, third term. Ugh. What do you think will happen in 2028? Do you have hope? Not really, but maybe. I'm not fully black-pilled yet. And the reason why is we might get, I'm hoping, some type of candidate that we're not expecting, a Thomas Massey-esque candidate that shows up as an America Firster and is the things that Donald Trump pretended he was going to be. But most likely, what will we get? We'll probably get two Zionist shill candidates like Rubio versus Vance, or Rubio versus Newsom, and things will just continue on and getting worse and worse and worse. But we'll see. Hopefully, we have some type of good candidate show up. The White House lawn UFC fight is the most whiskey tango thing I could possibly conceive. Idiocracy is now the prophecy. Did you get your hammer? Again, brother, I'm pretty sure it's right next to me. It's in the box. I just actually didn't know what that box was, but my wife did mention it. She did mention that it either was about here or it got here. So I'm pretty sure it's right there. So I'm going to check once we're done with super chats. They're going to crypto freeze Trump in the ballroom bunker. Somebody just brought that one up. I wonder if the people who did January 6th would let somebody come into their house and steal shit. Probably not, huh? Probably stop. I don't owe you money. Okay. Well, thank you for giving me some money. Anyway, great podcast. Thank you. I appreciate you, brother. Brian, Tactical Taco. That's a funny picture of your kitty, too. You know that politics are bad in this country when we have a Sleepy Joe and then a Sleepy Don as presidents back-to-back. Yep, just back-to-back presidents falling asleep. Call sign Man Bear Pig. What's up, big dog? Says, I believe as long as lower enlisted have a chain of command that convince them they're following lawful orders, they'll do whatever they're told. True, 100%. When I was in the Corps, I was 100% bought in. True. Great comment here. And that's the point I was kind of making. Man, I need some water. but I think I'm out. I have to drink some of this. That's the that's kind of the point I was making where I said I don't think that the military will actually do anything about it. Because I remember when I was in, I was super bought in, dude. Super bought into what we were doing. Yeah, maybe not in like the back part of my career, but early in my career, 100%, man. Jazz said needed comedic relief, so thank you for that. Well, thank you, Jazz. Appreciate you always being here too. Our head moderator, everybody, the boss of the channel. Chris says the EU and Mexico just signed a trade agreement to go around the United States. We are cooked if other countries do the same. They are doing the same, brother. They are doing the same. This is happening all over the place, especially with BRICS. Very, very normal. Fast and Loud says, love your channel, Nate. You become my #1 watch YouTube channel. Well, I appreciate it, man. I love to hear that. Keep up the good work. Let's get you to 1 million, buddy. Hey, maybe someday. Maybe someday. We're halfway there, at least. A little over halfway there, so that's cool. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the kind words. Des says, Trump is always down to go on an island for kids, except for his own kids. Also, great picture of you and your kitty together. Oh, that's a good joke. It's a good joke. Warren said, so I just saw somebody say I skipped their super chat. I've been going one by one. I think it's more likely I haven't got to it, Omi. I go straight down the line. I can actually scroll up and see now if I've read them or not. So I'll take a look here in a second. I'll go back up through them. Ronnie Jackson was doctor to Bush, Obama, and Trump. Current doctor is a Navy captain. Jackson was a bootlicker, and I'm sure current doctor wants to keep his job too. Great point. Techie Head said, Blattner 2028, AOC's career was started by Israel finance bros. This is true. This is actually true. And this is why I always say that there's a little bit of context to AOC's green AIPAC scores, because yes, AIPAC hasn't given her money. However, her first run was financed by 2 Israelis. So that is actually true. Make apes great again. Okay. Excuse me. Joe says, in my opinion, we have developed this feeling urgent, need to swing the opposite way, upset with one side, swing the exact opposite. Yeah, this is what we do, isn't it? Instead of taking 5 minutes to listen, just saying, this is that left-right divide. And they like it. They like it. They want that pendulum to swing back and forth, back and forth. Why? Because the American people feel like we got hope and change, hope and change, hope and change. And then every single time we realize nothing changes, nothing changes, nothing changes. So that's the goal. That's the uniparty. That's the entire point. It's illusion of choice. That's what we get in our elections, an illusion of choice, to where we think we have the choice between two, but it's really always the choice of the left wing, right wing, same fucking bird in the middle. So agree with you on that, Joe. Elijah says, LMAO, hate to tell homie about Fairweather, her fan MAGA, but it's older than 10 years. Trump got it from Reagan, who took it from a politician in his youth. You're talking about the phrase, make America great again. Yeah, sure. But we're talking about the movement. We're talking about the Donald Trump movement of MAGA. That's not Ronald Reagan. Now, Ronald Reagan talked about make America great again as a slogan. We're not talking about the slogan. I don't care about that. I'm talking about the actual political party of MAGA. That's what he's talking about. The phrase, who cares? Yeah, America first. Guess what? People said America first 100 years ago. So we're talking about the actual political party, not the phrase itself. But thank you. Bobby says President 28 will be decided by the best Pied Piper with the financial support. Hard to say what politician affiliation they will have, and no disrespect, Nate. No, I don't think you're wrong. I think you're 100% right. I think that's exactly what we said. I think that's exactly what's going to happen, Bobby. My point is, I'm hoping that we get a Thomas Massie-esque candidate, but to your point, it's most likely going to be Gavin Newsom versus Marco Rubio. You know what I mean? So I agree with you. I'm just trying to have a little bit of hope. It's probably a little bit of optimism, I guess. It's probably not warranted, but you're old. When your toddler or old as fuck grandpa tells a joke, but then gets the laugh and continues till the joke is dead. That's where I'm at on. On the unaliving attempts. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. We're all tired of that joke at this point. Screw Nick. Why didn't he endorse Massie? He's a Fed. Nick Fuentes didn't endorse Massie? Really? All I've seen him do is rant about the fact that Massie lost and being pissed about it. So that's weird. Are you sure? Super chats. I go straight down the line on super chats. straight down the line. They go very first one to the very one, and I just go down the line. So if you haven't seen it read yet, which is most likely because I just haven't got to it yet. Massey Green 2028, thank you. Colton says Trump's 6'3", 224 with 4.8% body fat. And I know they actually say this, which is what's crazy. DK Metcalf is 6'3", 230 with the same body fat. Make it make sense. Blatant obvious. Lies from the White House. I know they do actually say that. 5% body fat is. Oh, that's wild work. But why not? Why not? Oh, here we go. I agree it's top versus bottom, but bro, come on. The right is full of E-class oligarchs. Yeah, so is the left. 95% PDFs, average lefties are none of that. Yeah, well, average righties aren't any of that either. You see, this is not how making an argument works. What you did was you said, hey, all of the powerful elites on the right do this, but normal people on the left don't do this. No, you have to put Bill Gates, right? Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos. You forget about all the fucking super powerful billionaire lefties as well, right? They're all on both sides the same at the top. So people, normal conservatives on the right are not all pedophiles either. Okay, that's completely disingenuous and intellectually dishonest to try to make that argument. So no, 100% disagree with you on that. The elite apparatus is on both sides, Republican and Democrats, is the problem. But to say, oh, everybody, 95% of conservatives are PDFs and everybody on the left is a good person, that's just fucking dumb. That's just a dumb thing to say. Sorry, I'm not trying to beat you up, but that's silly and objectively not true. Massey Nate 2028, thank you. Paxton beat Corrin. Dems may get Texas. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. It's looking like Texas is going to be blue in 2026. Massey Green 2028. I think this is a pretty good ticket. It's one of the best ones we have. Probably won't get it though. Six's mom says, I'm heartbroken. They are threatening veterans. Please tell us what we can do to stop this. We complain about it, I guess. I don't know, but I'll do it. Aloha from Kauai. I don't think it's going to go through. I think they're obviously going to lose that lawsuit because it's too much of an infringement on the Constitution. But it's scary that they're trying it. You know what I mean? It's pretty scary that they're trying it. So hate to see that. Frank says, Nate, I don't agree with all of what you say. Well, and you shouldn't. But I love what you say. Tattoo Trump's ballroom on his gym. Laughed hysterically. Yeah, I mean, we're not all going to agree on everything. There's not a single person in here that I agree with on everything, and nor you me. But we most likely, we probably agree on a lot more than we disagree on. I'd bet. Pretty much all of us in here. I'm generally surprised you haven't been blocked by YouTube. Big balls, dude. Me too. It's a risk. It's always a risk, guys. I check almost every time I check my account. I'm like, all right, are we gonna see it fucking deleted? It's a big risk. The good thing is the bigger your channel gets, the safer you are. It's sad that that's the truth, and the reason for that is now I'm not the biggest channel in the world at all, but I am getting up into the bigger channels. And the reason for that is, like, let's say Tucker Carlson. If YouTube were to just delete Tucker Carlson's YouTube channel out of nowhere, the fury and the backlash to that would be insane because everybody would see it and everybody would know it. But if it's smaller creators that got 30, 40, 50,000 subscribers that are doing the exact same type of content, yeah, wipe them out. Just wipe them out, right? Because they know that there's not really anything anybody can do about it. So it's sad, but that's usually the way. That's usually the way they do it. Also, if they just start banning all the biggest creators, let's say they just banned Candace, they banned Tucker, they banned Ian, they banned me, right? They banned Jade. They just start banning all these big channels. Well, everybody's just also going to go to a different platform, and then YouTube's going to burn into. So they have to be smart about it, but. Yeah, and this would happen too, right, AJ? But I do think it's coming. At some point, they might not care, right? They might not care. But for now, we're still going. Katie says, are they obligated to post a hidden demon in the picture when they compare Trump to Jesus? Every single time they do it. Yep. Excuse me. It was in the first one, too. The first crazy one that Trump posted. It's like, it's a messed up Where's Waldo. Yeah, I don't know why. Don't know why, Katie, but they seem to have an issue with having to put demons in the background of his photos. So it's almost like they're making it obvious. Hit the thumbs up, guys. That's all. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Appreciate you. Idiot Carrot, did you see Ashley St. Clair's interview? She's outing right-wing influencers. They will do and say anything for money. Libs of TikTok, surely, etc. I did, right? And I saw her showing some of Elon's text. Not to say this isn't true, right? And I do like to see these MAGA influencers getting outed for this. I do always say you got to be careful with pissed off girlfriends. All right. How much of what she's saying is it true? I don't know, because she's a spurned, pissed off baby mama, right? No, I'm not discrediting her. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I need to see her bring forward the evidence that shows these things are actually happening before I jump into. I read your member message, Jasmine. Maybe you were taking a break or something. I read it off like 20 minutes ago. Again, I need to see her actually provide the evidence for it. You know what I mean? Provide the evidence. That's going to be the important thing first. New here. This is one of my favorite podcasts now. Well, thank you, Jennifer. Glad to have you. Welcome to our community. If you like this show, then you will probably like the show, because this is our broad range of all the things that we talk shit about on this show. So you'll probably like it here. Ex-girlfriend of Chelsea, Shane is huge. That's funny. Saying that's the thing that she said about Shane. That would be funny. Tony Iron Room says, surely stayed in a sanctioned hotel in Cuba recently. Hotel, I can't say that. It's where he lied about being. Yeah, I did. I talked about this in an episode. Lied about being holed up in his room with Cuban military waiting downstairs. Will he be charged? Doubtful. No, but he was outed. So you guys know, he completely faked that. That was the boy who cried wolf. He never got taken hostage. There was no Cuban military there waiting for him. There was a bunch of other influencers who literally were at that hotel, that went to the hotel and were in the lobby laughing at him, being like, he's right up there. There's nobody fucking here, like showing the camera. So now he got outed. That entire story was made up, which shame for him, right? Because he's completely discredited at this point. And again, he could have been a force for good, and he went the route of MAGA shill. So sad to see. It's not going to go well for him in the future. Thank you, Orange. Your thoughts on Michael Steele coming back? Michael Steele. I don't know who that is off the top of my head. Michael Steele coming back. I don't know the context of this one. I need somebody get me some better context of this. Michael Steele. Not sure. Maybe I'm brain farting on that one. Or maybe it'll hit me. But I don't know what you mean by Michael Steele coming back. What do you think happens if Vance becomes president next week due to Trump's health? Oh, shit. I think it's exactly what Palantir wants. Oh, former RNC chair? I don't know. I don't know who the guy is. I don't know. I'd have to sit down and analyze this one in my head, what I think that means. It's going to mean a lot, right? For the future, for the current state of things. I don't know. I don't know what direction he would go. Would he just continue with Trump's bullshit, or would he try to pivot, become America first so that he has a chance in 2028? I'm not sure. Dana can come hang out with us and see how he feels about mental health after he scrapes a few Signal 7 children off the highway. Jesus. New property, get some guinea hens. They love eating ticks. They'll clear your property. Interesting. Guinea hens? Is this like chickens? We're not getting chickens because the house we bought had a shit ton of chickens, and my wife said, absolutely not. You have to get rid of the chickens. So we won't be getting any chickens. My wife already vetoed that. She doesn't like chickens. So no chickens. No chickens for us. I do want goats. I do want some goats, but she's vetoed the goats for now too. So we gotta work our way to it. You know what I mean? Work our way to it. Mr. Wallace, what's up, bro? Says, Colin, now the UFC event will conveniently have another incident. Oh, Jesus. You're probably so right. Oh, my God. You're probably right. Also, just a video where someone said that likely last war nuclear will be against our greatest ally, not Russia or China. Yeah, I don't think you're far off on that idea, especially with the Samson option. But, bro, you bring up a great point here. I could 100% see this. Some type of bullshit false flag at the UFC event. Drum up that patriot. Ooh, could you imagine the patriotism that would get drum up from that? Can't attack our bread and circuses. So yeah. Oh, this is scary, man. This is scary, especially the fact that we've got one every 2 days right now. If you haven't seen it, look up Kyle Klinsky's Bean tweet about Nancy Mace. It was a while ago. Makes me laugh every time she's mentioned. Kyle, let's see if anything pops up. Bean. I just typed in Kyle Klinsky Bean and it popped right up. Oh, no, I remember this one. We showed it. This tweet was so funny. Yeah, I saw this one. So Nancy posts a picture of herself and says, "Kids, their dad took me out for barbecue because it's my birthday. 40 never felt so good." And you see this giant thing of beans. Kyle responds, "That's a lot of beans, you nasty ass bitch." Oh, I do remember that one. That one was super, super funny. I do remember that tweet. That's a good one. Daniel says, "Thank you for everything you're doing. Keep for this country. What are your thoughts on Talarico?" Ooh, good one. Man, I have mixed opinions on Talarico. In my opinion, he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. I know a lot of Democrats are going to get mad about that. They really like him. Unfortunately, I showed this on Friday's show. He has a horrible voting record in the Texas House of Representatives. He voted to take away your First Amendment rights for your ability to criticize Israel in Texas, by the way. He's already said that he will continue to vote to fund Israel's military, the IDF. He said he'll continue to fund all of the things Israel gets from us already. So he's a Zionist, right? And he's again, he says all the right things, but in the background, you watch his voting record and it's all bad. And so those are the politicians you really have to fucking look out for, right? The guy who talks really well, he says all the right things, but on the backside, his voting record is horrible. Watch out for that. Watch out for him. He's going to be one that you think is going to be a progressive Democrat that's going to do all the things you want, and then he's going to get in there and he's going to vote for fucking wars, and he's going to vote for all the same bullshit that all the rest of them, like John Fetterman and Schumer, Jeffries, Booker, he's going to be exactly like that. All right? He's going to run on this sort of, progressive America First platform, and then I looked through I showed his voting record in the Texas State House of Representatives, and it's really bad. It's really bad. It's America Last really bad. And that's in the Texas State House. So again, I like a lot of things that he says, but I don't believe he's honest. I think he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. I hope I'm wrong. But his voting record is very, very bad. So we'll see. We'll see what he turns out to be, right? Maybe he'll turn out to be good. I don't know. But I don't like his Zionism and the fact that he's going to continue to vote to fund the IDF and all those things. Yeah, and here's the thing. I think you're probably right. Yeah, no, this is true too. But again, like I said, a lot of Democrats are getting upset. But you asked my opinion on him. There's a lot of things. I was really high on Talarico 3 or 4 months ago until I started looking into his voting record. And then he definitely lost me. So again, do your own research on him. Okay. Why vote? I don't know. At this point, it doesn't do shit. So there's that. Angry Cops mentioned this in Unsub. New York City mayor has dipped into the city union retirement to balance the city's budget. I'd have to take a look into that, if that's actually true or not. I haven't heard a single person talk about this. I haven't seen a single Republican or Fox News bitch about this. So I would be hesitant to believe that's actually true. It may be, but I doubt it. I bet there's a lot more context to that we're not getting. Again, I love the guys over at Unsub, but I would want to see the actual statistics and everything that went behind that, because I haven't heard anybody else. I haven't heard any Republicans complain about that, and they would have. So I can hear the autist screeching about Zoran. The fact that AEW Professional Wrestling Company invited Zoran to an event this past Sunday at the Louis Armstrong Stadium in Queens. I mean, why not? Why would they not? WWE is huge. Well, AEW, I don't watch AEW. I watch WWE, but wrestling is huge in the Middle East. Huge in the Middle East. It's really popular. So that doesn't actually surprise me at all that they'd want to do that. Crime is lower when you don't arrest, and finances look way better when you project major increases in revenue and demand money from the state. True. That's true. AJ said, awesome if Glinda tells me to start rounding up the Zios. I'll be doing snatch and grab sessions. You're gonna sign up for the Zio Ice, AJ. If there's a Zio Ice, are you signing up? Oh boy. Okay. You have some New Yorkers who would have rather have rampant homeless, abusive landlords, and companies paying under minimum wage and ally parade mayors. Yeah, probably. Same tricks they use on unemployment numbers. I don't know what this is in reference to. It's something I'm sure we were talking about. Did you ever check out Dakota Decheva? She's the Muay Thai MMA fighter I suggested a while back. I think I actually did. Oh, no, I didn't. I'll take a look, though. Yeah, I'll take a look. Okay, let's keep moving. I'm not trying to argue, just saying he's a politician too. Well, yeah, I'd say again, somebody, I forget who said in the chat earlier, I don't trust any of them. I don't trust any politicians, not a single one. Not a single one. Even the ones I like, I don't trust as far as I can throw them. I don't trust because I don't know, right? If I don't know them personally, if they aren't my close friend, and I don't know who they really are, then politicians, there's no point trusting any of them, man. I'm very what have you done for me lately with politicians. I say this all the time. Every politician for me starts out on a 1 to 10, they start out at a 0. That's where you start. You start at 0, and you have to work your way up the point scale. You don't start out at 10 and work your way down. You start out at fucking 0. And that's left, right, and center. You got to prove to me that you're going to be good, because there really aren't any good ones as far as we can see. Couple here and there, Ron Paul. That's it. Thomas Massey. That's about it, huh? There's not a whole lot of great ones. JFK, right? JFK, obviously. You got to go back 60 years. Richard said, wish I was 10 years younger. I could have gone to Vietnam, served, and lived like a goddamn king. A lot of Green Berets in Vietnam. A lot of Vietnam-era Green Berets in Vietnam, actually. Expats. Really popular there right now. That's where I learned about Vietnam. Was talking to some of the SF expats that are here locally. We got a couple of them that spend about half the year in Vietnam with their Vietnamese wives and then half the year here. So Vietnam's doing great. Really, really improved since obviously the war. Number one rule, only do what your rank can handle. This is true. This is a great saying. Say that all the time in the military. Only do what your rank can handle, for sure. Bless you for the comment on verbalizing what is inside a person. We lead by example. I'm watching your channel. I would not follow Donnie to the bathroom. You wouldn't want to follow him to the bathroom. I don't think he'd be a very good person to be around. From what I've heard, that dude smells terrible, by the way. I've heard he smells horrible. That's just what I've heard from people who know him. Larry David once asked, who has more freedom, a married man in America or a single guy in China? Interesting question, or an interesting statement here. The single guy in China can't leave the country, but he's always free to leave his house. Perspective. That's a funny way to look at it. Just different types of freedom, right? Different types of freedom, for sure. Random, thank you. Breezy Politics put out a good video how they weapon our values against us. Liberals must support the gays and democracy. Conservatives must support holy sites, Christians and Bibles, capitalists. This is a really good one too. Yes, that like you're required to. You're actually you're force required to believe certain things about your political party or things they believe in to be a part of it, right? So, let's say as a conservative, if I'm pro-abortion, then the conservative movement would try to say you're not welcome here because of some single issue like that. So, yeah, I think that's probably a good one. I'd actually like to see that video. Stand fast. Hell yeah. Nick F is garbage. Boomers are those before us. Yes, that is how humanity works. Ancestors come before us. So, correct. Stay strong for Marines. Never forget. Hell yeah. Mean Sugar says, big fan here. Well, hell yeah. Want to spread the word about an 85-year-old Navy vet named Bert Coffin working Uber Eats and takes his wife with dementia to work with him. Google his name and you will find a GoFundMe. What does he need a GoFundMe for? Bert Coffin? Let's see. Let me look this up. Oh man, he's looking. Oh, he's raised a lot. Let's see. All right, I'll show it on screen here. Again, I'm not going to. What I'm not going to do without knowing who this person is say go donate to this person. But I'll at least show the chat who you're talking about. So if you guys want to go and research him and donate, then you can. So here you go. Here, Bert Coffin, 85-year-old Navy veteran. He's got a lot of donations actually. Bert has been on Wink News radio station. Bert is an 85-year-old Navy veteran who served his country and beat lung cancer, has been employed by Uber Eats since 2025 to help pay for his wife's medical care, committing to 5 days a week to 7 days a day so he can pay his monthly living expense. God, we live in such a shitty country when you start. We're in the richest country in the world, and seeing the fact that an 85-year-old has to drive Uber Eats for 8 hours a day to pay for his wife's fucking medical care, it's disgusting. Anyway, for you guys, if you're interested, here's his page. But yeah, the fact that exists in the richest country in the world is so fucking gross, man. It's so gross. We can't fucking take care of our 85-year-old Navy veterans. They can't afford. He's 85 and he's got to work 50 hours, 40 hours a week to pay for his wife's dementia care. Fuck, dude. And think he's not alone, right? Like I can promise you there's a million other Americans that are just in that same situation too. That's what's so fucking gross about it. Anyway, so there you go. Go check him out, guys. All right. AJ said, and thank you, Mean Sugar, for that one. AJ said, our great ally is literally given dead DARPA projects. Okay. The Holocaust killed off J groups posed to the Zios, like the Bundes in Poland. The Zios made deals with AH to kill their ops and deport. I've actually heard this. Yeah, I actually heard this. I don't know the accuracy to this or not. A lot of history is hard because it's written by the winners and it's totally fake, but I have heard that. Took out Charlie to go to war and build data centers with support of the new TPSA Pro Greatest Ally. Yeah. Oh my God. Look at this. Look at this profile picture. Faker Oates with an A. Oh my God. Look at this, guys. It's got Erica Photoshop crying. This is the Quaker Oat man, and it's called Faker Oates. That's funny. Bobby said they can fund DHS for that bullshit, but can't make DHS payroll. Their priorities are out of whack. $100 million for anti-Semitism, but can't pay their fucking employees. Yep, Bobby. Upside down world we're living in here, brother. Pav Ellie says mockery of government only makes them hate us. Indiana blocked redistricting. It was unpopular. That's good. It's one of the only places that's doing. Damn, Nate, you're living rent-free in the MAGA Sims heads, doing something right. Yeah, we've been getting attacked. We've been getting attacked a lot recently, which I take as a compliment. Whenever, I don't think they realize it. Whenever they whenever the maggots attack me, I fucking laugh. I think it's amazing. Because I know I'm just pissing them off. So I think it's hilarious when they do it. You know? And I'm getting it a lot now. The funny things, guys, is like they all do it on Twitter, and I don't have Twitter. So they're literally just barking at the wind. Like I don't see any of it because I don't have Twitter. So they just bitch and whine and moan and complain about me, and I literally have no idea that they're even talking about me. So you guys probably see it way more than I do. Super, thank you for the super sticker. Thanks to all our military folks. Thank you, Nate. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. And yes, thank you to all of our service members out there. Only Jesus can pardon him. That's a fact at the very end. And I don't think he's going to. I don't think he's going to get the big J pardon. More worried about Bibi letting one go. Oh, yeah, that's true too, huh? Trump already left once and let Biden win. No, he got beat. He got beat by Biden. You skipped my super chat on accident about Plattner. Okay, I'll look at it. I'll go back up at the end. I'll go back up. I can see them. I can see the ones I've clicked on or haven't clicked on. So I'll go back up and look through it. We're almost getting here to the end. Joe says Donald J. Trump and Bibi are playing the long game. Stay in power. Stay out of prison. Excuse me. Got the hiccups. There's goddamn carbonation in these. 2 peas in a pod that looks like an orange jumpsuit. Okay, Joe. I don't think I've ever shown this AI clip, but since you said 2 peas in a pod and an orange jumpsuit, I made some pictures. Do I want to show these? Because I've always thought I was going to get in trouble for these. Do you guys want to see? Do you want to see the pictures I made? It's funny because it's literally, and these are months ago that I made these. Literally what Joe just said, I made pictures of these. Are we ready? All right, here we go. This is my work, by the way. So there you go, Joe. Is that what you meant? Is this what you meant, Joe? All right. Okay. All right, Matt. Let's get back to seriousness, huh? I told you. I told you I had those prepped. I've never used that one. I've wanted to use that on some thumbnails, but I'm like, dude, I can't. I can't do it. I'm gonna get banned. That's pretty funny, huh? All right, thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. That's a great one. I forgot about those pictures. I've got a couple more of them, but I forgot about those I made. What's in the box? Sorry for the 7 reference. It's a giant hammer. Giant hammer. I think that's what's in it. Although this box is huge. So, but it's. I also am like, what the hell? I walked in here today. And I was like, what the hell is this giant box? And then I just didn't even think about opening it, which is why. Like, why would I not have just opened it? My brain, right, focused on too many things. I'm gonna open it up here in a second. I want to say shout out to the mods. Yeah, hell yeah, shout out to our mods. We got awesome mods. Great mod community. Go back and watch the movie The Brain. Everything going on right now. Again, you mentioned that before. I'll look it up. Do you hear that Don Jr. married Big E's banker's daughter? Yes, I did. And yes, I believe that is true. I believe this is true. I've seen this reported a couple different places. Thousands of choices for toothpaste, bubblegum, laundry soap, etc., but only 2 choices for the POTUS. Sounds about right. Yeah. Yeah. Tough out here. I know like 4 fat people and Trump is 3 of them. Okay, that's funny too. Thank you, Green Weenie. That one got me. The Smooth Toad said Bezos and Zuckerberg were at the Trump inauguration, calling them leftist is insanity. Oh, they are Democrats when Democrats are in charge. They are, and they are conservatives when conservatives are in charge. They are opportunists. They are leftists when leftists are in charge, and they are right when right is in charge. If you don't understand that, you're way behind the curve, homie. You're way behind the curve if you don't understand how oligarchs work. Oligarchs are whatever the current establishment in power is. I kind of want to see the custom hammer. Also, you should make a miniature hammer. Oh, also, guys, fuck. Munchkin has her new night vision goggles. I'm not kidding. We have nods for Munchkin now. I was going to bring her out here on the show. What time is it? It's probably it's too late. Everybody's going to be in bed by now. I promise I will bring Munchkin on the show in full tactical get up with her nods. It's fucking hilarious, actually. Yeah, Munchkin's got actual night vision goggles that are little kitty night vision goggles that actually like work. It's a helmet, and you can like bring them up and down over her eyes and shit. Yeah, they're amazing. I was gonna bring her out here, but I forgot. So we'll do that on next Tuesday's show. I promise. I'll bring Munchkin out with her new night vision goggles. Any thoughts on life after death? Or that, man, this is oh, wow, what a deep question. Yeah, do you guys want to hear my thoughts on this? It actually might kind of help you. This is something I sort of developed after doing a career where, like, at any moment you go out, you could get evaporated by an IED or shot in the face at any moment. Basically the most dangerous job in the world, right? Yeah, so I don't know what there is after this, whether the idea of like the Christian heaven with the pearly gates and everybody's up there with halos on their head. Yeah, I don't really think that's going to happen. I like the idea that hopefully my consciousness, right? My consciousness potentially goes back into the universe, whatever that works. I do believe consciousness is something outside of the body, and I do believe in the spiritual realm, and I believe your consciousness is sitting in the spiritual realm. So I'd like to think that my consciousness integrates back into something bigger, cooler. I get to learn what the universe is, you know what I mean? All of these things. But I also have sort of the black pill to that, which is oblivion. And a lot of people are terrified of oblivion. Oblivion means there is nothing. There's nothing after it. You die, you're gone. I think that's the human mind, because we are designed to survive, makes us terrified of that. However, what I think about, which makes me feel better, is I've gone under anesthesia for surgery so many times now. And to be honest, I always love going under. Having a lot of people are scared of anesthesia. At this point, I like it. I just, all of a sudden you're there with everyone. You get that, nice, cool sensation in your veins. Everyone's around you smiling, and you just all of a sudden are out. And then you wake up later and you're back to reality. Well, there's no dreaming, there's no nothing. And under anesthesia, you're in oblivion, and it's pretty peaceful. I mean, honestly, I think oblivion is the idea of oblivion is scary, but it's also pretty peaceful at the same time. Right. So anesthesia, going under anesthesia, like that is like being dead. And so cognitively. And so it's not too bad. Right. I don't think it's the worst thing ever. It's a lot better than burning in hellfire, I guess. Right. I hope that's not. So yeah, I would hope that, maybe you had dreams. I've never had a dream under anesthesia, but I would hope that there's something cool afterwards, that my consciousness, whatever that may be. But if not, I don't think the oblivion alternative is that bad either, right? If you can get past the scary idea of it. But again, I don't know. So I don't know. You know what I mean? What we're all going to find out. Or reincarnation, right? Reincarnation is another one I think is an interesting idea, as your consciousness comes back, right? Oh, he's still after it? God, man. If you constantly talk shit about a dude that just says you're not relevant enough to even be responded to, isn't that get kind of pathetic at some point? I don't know. I don't know what his deal is. I never say anything negative about that dude. I've been so nice and respectful to him publicly since day one. Never had a negative thing to say about him, and all he does is shit talk me online. It's like, it doesn't make you look good, brother. I'll just leave it at that. But I don't know. I've been so nice and respectful to that dude, and he just nonstop talks shit about me. It's yeah, I don't know. It's starting to look kind of sad. It's getting pretty sad at this point, to be honest. But whatever, man. He's punching up, right? I get it. Punching up. Not a big deal. Feel free, man. You can talk all the shit about you when you want. I don't really care. Obviously, it doesn't affect me. How about getting your own attorney general to sue the IRS to force them to never audit your taxes? Holy shit, what a Hail Mary by Trump. Yeah, well, he did that. He definitely did that. People still believe that the two-party system, you need to be either Democrats or Republicans. Please wake up. Don't think like a bloomer. Look up Barron Trump book by Ingersoll Lockheed. Barron Trump? Is this the one about time traveler Barron Trump? Time traveler Barron Trump? I don't know. Currently in, got to be honest, Nate, I'm pretty freaking scared right now for how all the cards are falling. Oh, you're currently in the military and you're scared right now? Yeah, I get it, homie. I get it, homie. I don't have a great thing for you, man. You know, all we can do is hope for the best, and things don't escalate any further. You know what I mean? But I get it, man. I get it, man. This is definitely sketchy times, and we don't want to see any of you boys on the ground in Iran at all. So, hang in there, homie. Train hard, right? Stay safe. We're praying for you guys, man, for sure. Thank you, brother. Bobby said, I just read Daniel 9:24-27. I think Gabriel's whispering in ears again. Ooh, interesting. Went back to the book recently, and my eyes are opening again. Your channel and JVs have got me back into the word. Thanks for getting me back on track. Yeah, hey, Bobby, I recently, I talked about this on the channel multiple times. I recently got back to my faith as well. So, yeah, man. It's funny because like rereading the Bible again now in a completely different state of mind than I used to be in the past when reading. It reads very differently now, right? Like it's where I am and the things I think about and understand about life. It's like it reads very, very differently now, which is kind of interesting than it did when I was, 10 years ago or 15 years ago. So yeah, glad that you're getting back into it as well, man. I don't vote since Trump said U.S. elections are fake. I mean, well, they are. So I get it. Marcus says, Sweden in the house. When are you visiting the country of your origin, Nate? Hopefully soon, man. Well, here's the thing. Me and my wife really wanted to do one of those Norwegian cruises. I think that's like the coolest thing, right? You get to go the Norwegian cruises up through the God, what's the sea right below Greenland? Anyway, and like you get a stop and you get to go to Norway and Sweden and Finland and all those and even Greenland. The problem is I'm not getting on a fucking cruise ship. Not after COVID and the H virus and all that shit. I am not. Oh yeah, the Baltic. There you go. Yep. And the fjords, the fjords, like really cool cruises through the fjords. But I'm not getting on a fucking cruise ship. I'm definitely not getting on a cruise ship. Not after that. So we're gonna have to just, yeah. I'm not getting stuck on one of those things with some crazy virus. So, but hopefully in the next couple of years, I really want to come see it. BB just took down Galindo. Sadly, no ice for. Yeah, I heard in the chat as we were talking about that she got beat. What's up, bro? Who is the tat on your arm? Odin. Zeus. I like all sorts of mythology, man. Norse mythology, Roman mythology, Greek mythology, the Pantheon, cats. I'm just covered in tattoos at this point, man. I just get tattoos because I think they look cool. Don't read into it too much. I've got so many now. My whole body's covered that a lot of people are like, what's that tattoo mean? What's that tattoo mean? I tell my artist, this tattoo, I literally told my artist, I'm like, I want some type of cool god. And he was like, all right, here we go. Let's do it. So he did all the artwork. And so, yeah, tattoos, I'm so covered at this point that they don't really mean anything. I just like them. Got an employee, and she is 80 years old. Works full time. Wow, and asks for overtime. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. I mean, good for her if she wants to do it. Oh, somebody said most painful tat. My fucking back, and my back is. I'm currently still finishing it. My back's about 2/3 of the way done. It's huge, giant back piece I have, and I think I'll probably be done in 2 more sessions. My back, dude. Oh, my tattoo artist is incredible, man. My tattoo artist is incredible. My leg sleeve I have done by him. It's a giant all cats leg sleeve. Very, very cool. He's so good. He's JD DeLay's. Me and JD DeLay have the same tattoo artist. But yeah, my back, man. I don't know what it is. My lower back on the flanks, on the ribs. You guys know if you like, you know how bad I got my ribs done. But your back, you know, your ribs are in your back too, right? So my lower back flank ribs. Oh my God, bro. Oh, bro. So much work. And I've got all the worst spots. I've got my ribs. I've got my entire, like all of my chest is done in full color. Right. So I've got all the worst tattoos, for the most part, but man, my lower side back. Oh, fuck, dude. Oh my God. Luckily I finished that, but, I thought about that, but no. I don't want to spend the money. It's a lot of money. Inner arm, you know, it's inner arm is interesting. So inner arm for me, this was like probably the easiest tattoo on my entire body. That's like it's so weird with tattoos. Everybody's bodies are different. This is supposed to be a really shitty spot for a lot of people. Easiest spot in my entire body right here in my underarm. Almost couldn't even feel it. But like my back, which a lot of guys have no problem with, made me like want to cry the entire time. But anyway, thank you. Let's keep moving. Energy can only transform. We transpire, not expire. I like this. I like this. And I hope this is true, right? This is what kind of thing energy in your consciousness is where I think about on that. Thought, Gary, you and Gary are friends. We are acquaintances through content, man, through the Charlie Kirk situation. Talked to him here and there. He never had anything negative to say, you know, especially early in the Charlie Kirk case. We did episodes together. And he was literally on board with us. He was like totally fucking didn't believe the 30-06 story. He thought multiple people were involved. He did a bunch of things debunking like where the shot could have taken from. And then all of a sudden, he was doing stuff with TPUSA and that all changed. And I became the bad guy. So I don't know, man. Don't know what happened with that. But again, I've never had a negative thing to say about that dude. And he shit talks me nonstop. That's all he does. So I don't know. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. It's not something I would do. I don't have the time to be on Twitter fucking raging out on other Green Berets. So have you heard of Robert Monroe and his books, Institution Monroe Institute on Understanding Consciousness and the Human Experience? I have not. Sounds interesting though. Sounds interesting. Me too. I deployed in 04 as 11B with the VTAR. Oh, with the, what is this? VT. What state is that? VT. Active Reserve National Guard. What is this total? Somebody help me out here. Anyway, it's so embarrassing that we got Kuwait. Thanks for your service. VT. Oh, Vermont. Yeah, Vermont. Okay, I was going to say, what the fuck state is VT? VT. I don't think I've ever even met somebody from Vermont, homie. But yeah, that's awesome, man. Well, I mean, 04 was fucking nasty for sure. Oh, you got Kuwait. I see what you're saying. Well, you know, you could have got fucking Ramadi. So could have been worse for sure. Well, it's cool as hell. Thank you. Cruise ships are a petri dish for Bill Gates and the WHO. Be safe out there, bro. Well, Bobby, I'm not going on one. I'll never go on a cruise ship. I just said I thought it would be cool to go on one of those Scandinavian cruise ships until, of course, COVID. We saw what happened with that. What would happen if everyone united against both parties and voted third party? We'd have a third party, but no, it's not going to happen because the sheep will never do that. I mean, I don't know. I hope he is, man. I hope he's getting paid. For sure. Because if he's not, that's embarrassing. All right, that's all our super chats. I do want to I'll get a knife right here. I'm gonna give me 2 minutes here, real quick, and I'm gonna check this giant hammer. I think this is what it is, and then we'll see what it is. So give me just a sec to check this thing. shit. Giant. Good thing I got a couple of them. All right. See me bashing around in here. Oh my God, dude. Oh, man. Fucking big is this thing. Jesus Christ. All right. Here it is. Oh. Let's see if you guys could hear me throttling around in there. All right, pull this knife out. Got some brand new knives here too. All right. This thing's heavy as shit. This is real steel. All right. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, this is a legit hammer. This is probably, I don't know, 50, 60 pounds. Holy shit. Holy shit. Very cool. Oh, it's an America First hammer, dude. Oh wow, this is actually really cool. All right, there we go. Check this out. How cool is this? Look at that. It's got the America First. How cool is that? It's got the America First on it. We're gonna have to figure out a name for it. This thing is legit. That's real steel. This is insanely heavy. God, I don't know if I could, even as a Viking, I could wield this thing around. This thing's crazy. It's huge too. All right. Oh my God, bro. This is probably, let's see if I could even curl this. Let's see if I can curl it. Oh, shit. No. This is probably like 60, 70 pounds. 60, 70 pounds probably. Wow. Check it out for listening devices. Yeah, the delivery guy. This is awesome. I don't know if he's still here. But are you still here? We're gonna have to yeah, this is incredibly well done too. Look at that. We're gonna have to get his website up on so everybody can see it. I don't know. Yeah, dude, I don't think Triple H could wield this thing like effectively, but this is crazy. Kind of want to try it out. All right, we'll have to. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to hang it from the wall. Valhalla. Yeah. Now we're actually American Thor. That's crazy. We're gonna have to find somewhere for it. That's kind of cool. Whoop. All right, we gotta get something more sturdy. I just yanked my wool. All right, we're gonna have to fix that. All right, that thing's a little too heavy. I'll have to actually set it up because that thing went about to take out the cat tree. Okay. All right. Very cool. Very cool. We'll get that. I'll probably get it posted up somehow in here in the back frame. Yeah, awesome gift. I don't think he's still here though, but we'll make sure next time on the live, or maybe we'll get up on like a table or something. when we next time on the live, we'll make sure we shout them out. And so if you guys want to buy something like that, that's crazy how heavy that is. That's definitely steel. I'm gonna have to weigh that. Okay. Very cool. So I'm gonna have to fix some stuff in the background. After that, I need some bigger calves to move it. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Oh shit, we got a couple. What's in the box? Bobby Well is the giant hammer. Yeah. Smash something with it. No, but this is a brand new studio. Maybe I'll do a video. I'll do a video smashing something with it. And then we can play that video next week. So yeah, this thing, this is crazy. I'm fucking big and strong. And like I can 20. What the hell was that? Sounded like something just that sketched me out. I need to have my gun in here, by the way, for it sounded like somebody just tried to get into my studio on my property. So that's a little sketchy. Well, at least I have this giant whoever's out there. Bad choice to come in here right now with this hammer that I just got. But yeah, I mean, like I can 20 rep 225 on bench, and this thing is hard for me to lift. So my height and weight, 6'3", about 235 pounds right now. We're down maybe 230-ish. We're down from about 260. So I've been doing a lot of training. Been training Muay Thai 5 days a week, 4 or 5 days a week, plus 5-6 days a week in the gym, plus 3 days of running a week as well. So we've been trying to get lean for the summer. So doing pretty good. We're getting there. Sure. I am gonna weigh it. Okay, we did it. Thank you all so much. Big show tonight. Thank you all for sticking with me the whole way. We do have some announcements to make. Okay, for later this week, there will be no live stream Friday. Most likely, if I do live stream, it'll be from my computer. But most likely, no live stream. I'm traveling to go see a bunch of my old teammates. So our buddy, one of my, actually he's been on the show, my buddy Heath, former team sergeant of mine, his son is graduating, and I've known his son since he was 5 years old, probably 6 years old. So bunch of my former teammates are all coming into town, and we're all going to go out to Colorado for that, which is going to be awesome. A bunch of my buddies I haven't seen in years and years and years. And then we'll be back on Tuesday. So it should be just Friday that we miss. Might be able to do something in between then. Not sure. If we're not, be on the lookout for it Friday. I might just jump on and just talk with you guys for a while. No like big planned show, but we'll be back on Tuesday no matter what. So should be fun. Thank you so much, everybody. Somebody said the Jocko good. Drop a little Jocko good. All right, one last one. Hammer weighs more than Cash Patel. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Oh, and then thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you, brother. Where do we send fan art? Oh, yeah. So I need to start doing this. I have a PO box. That's where we have everybody that wants to send me stuff. I know a lot of people like to send me stuff, so I need to get that up for you guys so that you can have it. So let me just remind me on Tuesday, because my wife's already asleep and she knows the PO box. She handles all of that. So remind me on Tuesday for that. Mods, if you could, just remind me, hey, remember to give the PO box for everybody. And yeah, we'll make sure we get that. All right, I'm sweating in here after fucking around with that thing. All right, wait, who's here? Oh, my wife. Okay, here we go. My wife's watching the show. There we go. So there it is. So yeah, that's awesome. Well, I'll be back in the house in a minute. Did you make dinner? But yeah, there she is. There's my super hot wife. It's true. Got lucky on that one. All right. Anyway, there we go. We'll put it back up. Where was it? So for anybody who wants it, screenshot it. If you want to send us anything, you can send it there. Just don't send us any anthrax. All right. How about that? Okay. All right, guys. Thank you all so much. I got to head in, eat some dinner, and get to bed. And again, might be back for something during the week. Not sure. Most likely going to be gone over there. Well, we'll be gone over the weekend, and we'll be back Tuesday for sure. So thank you all so much. Thank you to the moderators. Thank you to all the regular viewers. Thank you to all the super chats. Thank you to all the new viewers. I had a lot of new viewers tonight. So wait, is there no zip code there? What? It should be there, right? I missed it. Was there a zip code there? We should be good, right? Anyway. All right. Hey, brother, I did a DM on Instagram. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. I'll check for it. You were telling me last week that you were at the Charlie Kirk event. So, oh yeah. Super chats that I missed. Let me check real quick, bro. Let me just go down the line quick here. Look for any I didn't get. Oh, no, I got that one. Are you sure this one? Is this the one you're talking about? I did this one, man. Where you said, did you see Fox News did a hit piece on you and Graham Plattner for Kyle Ward's BS worm claims? Chris Kyle's BS. Oh. I didn't see the Chris Kyle part. To this. Okay. This is different. I didn't see the Chris Kyle part. Yeah, Chris Kyle is a fucking liar, dude. That dude's a fucking liar. That book was made up. Yeah, so yeah, I don't. If Graham Plattner was criticizing Chris Kyle, I don't feel bad about that at all. Yeah, Chris Kyle is a fucking phony, man. That all of his shit's bullshit. Go ask Jesse Ventura about that. So yeah, man. I wouldn't feel bad about that at all. Yeah, Chris Kyle is full shit. That dude's a liar. Stolen valor all over the place on that dude. So yeah, I'm not concerned about that one at all. Now that you said that. So anyway, okay, guys, we did it. We made it. Thank you all so much. And yeah, let's jet out of here. Okay. Thank you all. And guys, I will catch y'all back most likely Tuesday. And then of course I'll have videos out in between then. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Take care.